conference participants. A very warm welcome to one and all present here. We warmly welcome you to the 37th annual sessions of the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association. I'm Nimashi Fernando and this is my colleague Brenna Jayakumar. So we will be the hosts for the day. We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussion on electricity pricing, cost reflectivity and regulatory readiness for a conducive energy future in Sri Lanka. This is indeed a golden opportunity for each of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves and exchange ideas. So without further ado, let us dive into our promising agenda.
The annual session is the flagship event of the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association. I take the honor of inviting the President of the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, Dr. Amila Wickramasinghe, to deliver the welcome note.
Thank you, Nimashi and Brenna. Distinguished invitees, Session Chair, Mr. Harsha Wickramasinghe. Our speakers this morning, Miss Madhavi Kudaligama, Mr. Kanchana Siriwadana, Dr. Pradeep Perera and Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka. Members of the SLIMA board, fellow members, colleagues from the energy sector, our young nominees for the annual awards and their supervisors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my privilege on behalf of the board of Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association to welcome each of you to SLIMA Annual Sessions 2026. I want to begin with a word of thanks to those who have traveled today here to attend this, as well as an apology for those who couldn't make it, because registrations for this morning exceeded our capacity well before our deadline. So we had to actually close registrations. And actually we take it seriously. We understand that this is a subject. The subject we have chosen is actually something that the country wants to speak about. The country wants to talk about. And it is the place, and our obligation is to make the next 4 to 5 hours worth the seat. So we expect you all to actually walk out from these sessions quite enlightened about this topic we have selected today. So if I talk about us, SLIMA, Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, was founded about 42 years back, 1984, by a group of engineers and energy professionals who shared a simple conviction that the cheapest and the cleanest electricity, or the cheapest and cleanest kilowatt hour, is the unit that was never generated. So we are into energy efficiency. So decades since then, our members have worked in the industry, in facilities as auditors, in factories, hospitals, hotels, commercial buildings, all these places. We conduct training, we conduct certification, we conduct professional development activities. We contribute to the nation in policy consultations, and we work to raise the standing of the energy profession, energy management as a profession. We are today about more than 800 members strong, and I'm glad to say that most of them, as you can see here also, are young members. So we are gaining a lot of young membership into our cadre, so we are really happy about that. What has remained constant in our position in the sector is we are the pioneers and the leaders in energy efficiency. SLIMA but is not a utility, not a regulator, not a generator or a lobby. We do not sell electricity and we do not set prices. So we are just a professional body, so we are entirely unbiased. And that gives us something rather valuable in this debate, which we have taken today as the topic. We have no side to defend. So we dissect it open for all of us to see what the principles, what the underlying, the reasons for all these price changes, price increases, and all this. The annual sessions are the occasion on which, not only this year, but previous years also, which we put the neutrality of SLIMA into work. Once a year, we choose the question the sector most needs to be discussed in the open. And we bring the people who hold the different pieces of this answer into a single room like today. That is the whole purpose of this morning as well. So we have brought up speakers who have, expertise in different elements of this price setting, and we will discuss honestly about how pricing is set. Electricity pricing has become one of the most closely watched subjects in the country. As we all know, it is a hot topic. Households examine the bills line by line. Industry weighs the costs of a unit against the cost of a unit of their competitors in other countries. And the public has followed even sector's reforms with an anticipation and attention, and it has never been more intense than before. So the attention came with an expectation. Many people supported reforms. As you know, most of the public also supported the reforms, expecting that electricity will become cheaper, and cheaper soon. Tariffs have moved up and down, but not the level the public has anticipated. So still we have a bit of a delivery to make to satisfy the public. And so the question had settled over the sector. Was the reform worth it? So let's discuss about that. Of course, our topic is not reforms, but all our presenters will present today something which aligns, which complies with the current framework of the sector, which is based on our most recent reforms. We think that the question deserves a serious answer rather than a defensive one. We have to be honest with that. That is why our theme for the year, electricity pricing, cost reflectivity, and regulatory readiness of for a conducive energy future in Sri Lanka. Let me put our position plainly, because it is the thread, the underlying, the line we are going to, pull this entire sessions on. Cost reflectivity pricing. Cost reflective pricing was never a promise of cheap electricity. Though some may have believed so, we never promised as a sector that cost reflectivity itself will bring down prices. It was a promise of honest electricity. That is, we will be transparent as to where the prices are, what the prices are based on. And the sector reform and competitive markets, we believe, are the key to this, that will hold this honesty up. Before cost reflectivity also, we were not paying less for electricity, though the electricity prices per se were not reflecting costs. They were the costs were paid through some other means, through losses, through borrowings, through inflation, rupee depreciation, taxes. We were anyway paying, because finally we are the ones who are going to pay. But when we have cost reflectivity in our tariffs, then of course we get to know what exactly is causing this. But on the other hand, the other side of the bargain is that just cost reflectivity is not acceptable to us. On one side, that is there. Yes, we have to pay what is the cost. But on the other hand, a cost reflective price is only legitimate when the cost being reflected is an efficient cost. That's our expectation. That's the principle of this restructuring and all this. We need an efficient electricity generation, transmission, distribution, and so forth. And efficiency is what we are for as LIMA. Consumers are entitled to ask whether every rupee in the tariff was prudently incurred. And they are entitled to entitled for answers, a documented answer. So we need to show, why their bills are like this. That is not hostility to the sector. It is the condition on which public consent rests. So to win the public consent, we have to be transparent. Today, of course, is part of that exercise. So what we expect from this session today, SEMA would like this session to end with an audience understanding how electricity prices are made, rather than deciding who is at fault. That is our usual tendency, to blame somebody. But here, SLIMA, we want all of you to understand why our prices are there and what we have to do. Everyone leaving knowing more than how they arrived. So the program has been built to take the price apart. So every element of the price will be analyzed. Mrs. Kudaligama, who is our first speaker, will set out what electricity actually costs to produce in Sri Lanka. Mr. Sirivardhana from PUSSL will show how the cost becomes a tariff and who pays for that, which part of the consumer group is paying for what. After the break, because we are going to have a session in between, we have a university undergraduate award ceremony for the best research award in between this as a side event, which we hold every year. So we have some award winners as well, so it will take a short while in between. After the break, Dr. Pradeep Pereira will explain how the system, not merely the plant, but the system drives the cost. And Professor Samaranayaka will finally place us against the countries that have been through this same reckoning, so same process. And our panel will then have quite some time, close to 1 hour, to have discussions. So face our questions and answer them, clarify what they mentioned. I should add before the break, we will present annual awards, and it will be most hopefully it will be attended by our Secretary, Ministry of Energy. We are hopeful that he will be able to make it. That session, of course, we all will look forward to, because we will see who is going to be the next set of speakers who are going to explain us maybe in time to come, so our undergraduates. And to close this, let me close with thanks to our distinguished invitees who made time to attend these sessions. And the speakers and the panelists, of course, I have to mention that we were originally planning on having the session chair, Mr. Shavindranath Fernando. He was actively working until yesterday night, but he was not well in the morning, could not make it, and we wish him a speedy recovery as well. He's down with flu. Of course, many these days in Sri Lanka are suffering with various illnesses. Unfortunately, he could not make it, and luckily we had a equally capable chair on backup, Mr. Harsha Wickramasinghe, who agreed to take it up. Luckily, we managed to ask him to bring his coat before he left home. So it was that last minute change we had to do, because Mr. Shavi could not make it today. But other than that, I think everything is perfectly all right. Of course, apart from this small delay, which we will try to catch up. I should thank the organizing committee, whose work probably you will not see much, because they have done it so well that you will not see anything related to organizing, because hopefully it will flow smoothly. Finally, a thought for those who came hoping to hear when your bills will come down. I cannot promise a date. SLIMA cannot promise a date. But I can tell you one thing. What we can do. You cannot vote tariffs down. Whatever the elections, the promises, whoever comes, we know that electricity prices is not going to be affected by that. But if 10-15% of efficiency improvement in how you use energy is 10-15 or even more % of your bill. So price we don't have a control, but how much we consume we have a control. So that is us. That is Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association. And we urge you, of course, you will get to know how the prices are set, but still energy efficiency is above that. So save energy so that you will anyway get a reduced bill. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a fruitful session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that enlightening speech, now let us commence the proceedings of the annual session. For this, I would like to invite the speakers and the session chair to take their respective seats at the head table, please. Our speakers would be Ms. Madhavi Kudaligama, Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana, Dr. Pradeep Pereira, and Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka. The session would be chaired by Mr. Harsha Wickramasinghe. Thank you.
Mr. Harsha Wickramasinghe is a distinguished energy sector professional from Sri Lanka with over 30 years of experience in renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable development. Throughout his career, he has played a pivotal role in advancing Sri Lanka's energy transition and promoting sustainable energy solutions. He currently serves as a principal engineer at Resource Management Associates Private Limited and previously held a position of a Director General of the Sustainable Energy Authority of Sri Lanka. Mr. Wickramasinghe holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from University of Moratuwa and an MBA from the University of Colombo. He is a chartered engineer, a member of Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka, a past president of Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, reflecting his long-lasting leadership and contribution to the country's energy management profession. He played a key role in the formulation of Sri Lanka's national energy policy and has contributed to the planning and implementation of major renewable energy initiatives that have strengthened the country's clean energy capacity. Mr. Wickramasinghe contributes to support Sri Lanka's transition towards low-carbon economy, contributing to the nation's vision of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 through strategic policy development, technical expertise, and sustainable energy innovation. Sir, over to you.
Hi, Boan, and thank you very much, Brenna, for the kind words of introduction. And I was not, for once I thought I will have a back seat in this session and will enjoy the sessions from a back row, and as the fate would decide, crisis and Harsha Wickramasinghe are held together for some reason. Any crisis in the energy sector, I thought it will be over last February, but apparently not to be like that. Crisis and me, it's in the same bottle always. So in the absence of Mr. Shavindranath Ferendu, our able moderator, let me quickly digest into this session's theme, cost-reflective electricity. Why cost-reflectivity and lower price of electricity matters is a concern for all of us, because we are consumers. We purchase electricity for various purposes. But the most important thing, our lifeblood of our economy, there are several factors, things like transport, electricity. These industries are not necessarily there to make money, but to provide viable and very important ingredients to economic development of our country. So the lower the price of transport, lower the price of other services such as electricity, energy services, better it is for the economic development. Otherwise, our entire economy suffers, and we have first-hand encounter with this tragedy in 2022. So without taking much time, we have a very eminent panel, and I take this opportunity to welcome all my panelists here, and also the eager attendees here. So without taking any more of your time, let me invite Mrs. Madhavi Kudaligama, my dear colleague from the Ceylon Electricity Board, previously, now, yes, EDL. So Mrs. Madhavi Kudaligama is the Director, Energy Transactions and Regulatory Affairs at the Electricity Distribution Lanka Private Limited, EDL for short. Over nearly 3 decades in Sri Lanka's power sector, she has worked across most of the energy value chain, in particular long-term generation expansion planning, hydrothermal system dispatch, hydrothermal feasibility studies, electricity distribution, electricity tariff design, and regulatory engagement. Among the many milestones in her career, she was the officer in charge of, at the CEB, for the first 10 national tariff submissions made to the PUCSL, work that placed her at the very center of how electricity cost and pricing are determined in Sri Lanka. That depth of experience across both technical and regulatory sides of the industry is what she brings to us today. Please welcome Mrs. Madhavi Kudligama, who will be speaking to us on the cost of electricity in Sri Lanka. Madam, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Ivan, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Harsha, for giving me an interesting introduction. And also thank you, Slima, for inviting me for your annual sessions 2026, because once in a while it's very good to see familiar faces, familiar energy managers in this morning. So over the next 20 minutes, I will be explaining about the cost of electricity, and which is a very important subject to all of us. Where's my presentation? Okay. The presentation roadmap will be as follows. First, I will start with what is the cost of electricity and why it is so important to us. Then we'll try to understand the type of cost and the variation of cost, the current cost of supply, and the much talked about cost reflectivity. And with a concluding remark, I will talk about the way forward for reducing cost. Before moving on, please note that the figures I am showing in these slides are from multiple sources, not from a single source, and from multiple periods. So treat these figures as representative numbers rather than taking it as absolute values. We can start with a definition. The cost of electricity is the total prudent cost in the whole value chain of producing electricity, transmission, distribution, and supply electricity to the end user consumers. So why it is so important to us? Because the electricity is the most essential commodity or the most essential public service in the country and in the world also. And it has a direct relationship to the national economic development. So it has become increasingly important that understanding the true cost of electricity to each one of us, we have to understand what is the true cost of electricity. So why the electricity cost is so expensive? Let's see how it happens. Before the reforms, most of your electricity was supplied to your doorstep by the Ceylon Electricity Board or CEB, including LECO. But now, after the reforms, now the services are provided to you by the separate licensed entities. There are entities for generation. Those are generation companies. We call it EGL, Electricity Generation Lanka Private Limited, the former generation division of the CEB. And the transmission is provided by two entities, NSO, National System Operator, who is taking care of the non-wired business. The wired business is taken care by the NTNSP, the National Transmission Network Service Provider. And the distribution companies, we have EDL and LECO. All the cost components incurred in these entities are passed to the consumers. If you take the typical share, the generation companies, they have a higher share of cost, around 70 to 80%, followed by the transmission companies around 6 to 8%, and the distribution companies about 12 to 18%. All costs incurred in the industry can be segregated into two components called capacity cost and the energy cost. Capacity costs are usually fixed expenses, energy costs are variable expenses. The major items in the capacity cost are capital investments and other services. I have given set of items there. Then the fixed O&M and the finance cost. In the energy cost side, fuel, variable O&M, and machine start and stop costs. The entire cost structure in a single picture is given here. You can see that the average approved cost of supply for the Q2 and Q3, quarter 2 and quarter 3 of 2026, as published in the tariff decision of PUCSL in May 2026. The final average approved cost of the supply to the end user is 38.25 rupees per kilowatt hour. This is the cost of end user. Out of this 38.25, generation makes up the majority. That is, generation capacity is 4.23 rupees per kilowatt hour, and similarly a huge cost for generation energy, 24.38 rupees per kilowatt hour. Added to it, the transmission cost, 3.23 including term loan servicing, plus the distribution and supply cost, 6.40 rupees per kilowatt hour including LEGO. You can see from these figures the most opportunity to reduce the cost is actually sits in the generation side, because it has a huge portion of cost there. When we look at the generation capacity charges and of the existing thermal power plants against the years of operation, we can see that the older power plants, they have small capacity charges, and the IPP power plants, which I have marked in red color, have higher capacity charges. This is the actual numbers. Then the generation capacity charge for future power plants taken from the long-term generation expansion plan 2025 to 2044. The pure capacity charges I have listed under 4 technologies: IC engines, gas turbines, combined cycle, and coal. You can see from this table the capacity charge vary on size and technology. Usually, the large natural gas-fired IC engines and gas turbines have lower capacity charges, marked in green color. And the fuel oil-fired IC engines usually have higher capacity charges. These are pure capacity charges. So after adjusting for O&M, losses, finance cost, return on equity, depreciation, etc., the final blended average of capacity charge, which I have told you in the earlier slide, 4.23 rupees per kilowatt hour of the annual average generation capacity charge, we can say somewhat reasonable, but of course there may be provisions to improve. Then moving on, let's see the generation energy cost by source. The data is from existing plant data for the year 2025. I have given only 6 lines. You can see the major hydro cost, nothing in energy, it's coming at 0 cost. The renewables in the sense means mini hydros, wind, ground mounted, solid waste, etc. All the renewables cost around 16.81 rupees. Solar rooftop prosumers cost about 29.88. From the table, you can see that oil is very expensive. Coal and renewable energy is somewhat cheaper, producing cheaper energy. If you consider about the blue rows only, you can notice that existing RE plants average cost varies between 0 to 30 rupees roughly. So looking purely at the fuel, coal is the cheapest fuel to burn, and diesel is very expensive to burn. The future energy cost of renewable plants with and without BESS, this was a table published in the recent public consultation of PUCSL for feed-in tariff. In this table, PUCSL has proposed several rates, base year rates for several types of power plants without BESS, the left side table, and the right side table with BESS, 2 types of power plants for non-dispatchable floating solar and non-dispatchable ground-mounted solar. You can notice from these rates are somewhat higher. You remember my earlier slide, the energy cost of existing REs are between 0 to 30. So after adding these plants into the system, you may expect a huge increase in your bill in future if this is implemented. And the same story from the same document, I have published only part of this table. PUCSL has proposed capacity, different rates for solar with BESS and solar without BESS. They have actually given for several capacity bands, and I have only taken three capacity bands. Even in this table, you can see that huge rates have been proposed for solar with BESS, 61.12, 66.53, and 62.96. This is actually very huge cost. If you remember, these are the cost at the generation point. After adding network losses, network cost, these units will reach to your doorstep at around 70 to 76 rupees. So you can imagine that rate is paid only in the current tariff by the people who are using over 180 kilowatt hours per month in the domestic sector. And there are some more types of customers paying over these rates. That is only general purpose customers in the peak time. So if you include these type of rates in the future energy mix, you can imagine the situation of your electricity bill in future. But remember that these are not approved yet, these are only a proposed cost. Then coming back to why electricity costs are fluctuating. So people may think that why electricity bills are revising quarterly. This is the reason. Electricity is not a fixed number, cost is not a fixed number. It moves with several internal and external and operational factors which are beyond our control in most of the time. Mainly the fuel prices, rainfall and hydrological conditions, demand growth, plant dispatch. In a dry weather, we may have to dispatch very expensive thermal plants. Like that, plant dispatch is also an important factor. Then the losses in the network and the exchange rate variations. If your currency is very weak, then you will have very higher cost in the imported items used by the sector. Looking at the energy mix in 2023 and up to 2025, you can see that, look at the 2023 pie chart. In that, the blue areas are generated from the renewable energy plants. Ash color areas are generated from the thermal plants. In 2023, the share of the generation by RE and thermal is like 50-50. When you move forward to 2024, there's a clear increase of renewable energy generation, clear reduction of thermal generation. And it is strengthened more in the 2025. So we can say that there's a clear shift from thermal to renewables in our country. The variation of generation capacity and energy cost over the last 15 years, starting from 2011. The energy cost is always a very volatile item. You can see the volatility here. And it has been peaked in the 2023. You can recall the reasons. However, the capacity cost, they are more gradual because these items are depending on the investment decisions and financing decisions. That is why it is more gradual. Then the network losses, it is also a very important factor for cost because every kilowatt hour lost has to be paid without generating any revenue. Once it is lost, it is lost. So the targets, the gap between the targets and the actuals, we have to close this gap as early as possible. Then the approved cost of electricity business as per the tariff decision in May 2026. From this table, see the last row, you can notice that electricity is a huge business in our country. For Q2 and Q3 2026, the approved cost is 323.69 billion rupees. So it is a massive business in our country. The breakdown of costs are given here, but I don't want to explain much about it. What I can say is that the final cost is used as to design the tariff of the Q2 and Q3. This is the cost of generation, transmission, and distribution for 2025. You can see that the share I have told you about in the very initial slides. These actual values are also in par with the typical shares. Usually the generation is around 75%, then distribution like 19 to 20%, transmission between 5.5 to 7%. So we are in par with the typical shares. So what if approved costs are above or below the revenues? Number one is we have to do the tariff adjustments. Revenue has to be adjusted through tariff revisions. The current revenue adjustment frequency is quarterly. That is why your electricity bills are varying quarterly. None of the distribution licensees are making losses. LECO and EDL now, none of them are making losses as per the tariff methodology. That is how the tariff methodology is designed. As the single buyer, only NSO bears the profit or loss. Any profit or loss is borne by the NSO. The evidence of NSO making losses or making profits can be witnessed through their account. That account we have given a special name called Bulk Supply Transaction Account, BSTA. This is the account of the NSO. So from that account statements, we can evidence whether the NSO is making losses or profits. The weekly status of this account is submitted to PUCSL by NSO, and it has to be a published document but I don't know whether it's published weekly, but it has to be a public document where every citizen of this country can witness this. The cost of electricity versus electricity tariff. The cost of supplying electricity and the tariff charged from the consumers are not always the same. Ideally, it has to be the same, but it is not always the same because the tariff is differing because of the regulatory decisions, government policies, and sometimes the decision to phase out cost recovery. Some larger projects, it is recovered through phasing out. The comparison of total cost and revenues in the last 15 years from CEB, you can see that the revenues generated in each year has not been sufficient to cover the cost, except in 4 years. Only 4 out of these 15 years, CEB has been recovering cost, but all other years, CEB has been making losses. This is the same graph, but in a different angle. The historical average cost at selling point and average selling prices. Most of the years, average cost is well over the selling points. I mean, the red graph is well over the green graph. So let's talk about cost reflectivity. If electricity tariff for LV consumers, low voltage consumers, fully reflected in the cost of supply, they should have paid rupees 1,494 rupees as the fixed charge per month. Unfortunately, only 17% of the customer base are paying equal or more bill for the fixed charge. The story is same for the energy charge. If they have paid the true cost of electricity, they should have paid 26.07 for energy charge in rupees per kilowatt hour. Unfortunately, only 8% of the consumer base is paying equal or more. The story is more worst for the LV bulk consumers and MV bulk consumers. If they have paid the true cost of fixed charge, they should have paid rupees 2,386. LV consumers, MV bulk consumers, 2,320. Unfortunately, none of them pays the actual cost. Similarly, 52% pays the true energy cost of LV consumers, bulk consumers, and 35% pay the true MV bulk consumers. So the way forward for reducing cost of electricity. There are many options, but I have listed down only the important ones. The expanding renewable energy at the right price. You know, if you include renewable energy in a very exaggerated huge prices during the volatility of the market. Like in few years back, we have added renewable energy at unit rates of 37 rupees per kilowatt hour. At that time was also the market was volatile. Now it is also the situation is the same. So our prominent thinking has to be focused on to renewable energy at the right price. Then the deploying the right amount of battery storage. I mean the right amount of battery storage mentioned in the long-term generation expansion plan. You can't just add on battery, keep on adding battery, so then one day you will be like in the old McDonald's farm. Here a base, there a base, everywhere a base. So we have to avoid that. Introducing LNG as a low-cost transitional fuel for the country as early as possible. Optimizing energy mix, reducing network losses. Some of these items I have mentioned earlier. Strengthening competitive procurement, improving energy efficiency. And more items, DSM options, which are looking at by EDL and the PUCSL currently. And they explore the regional power trade with India as the long-term option for balancing and cost reductions. Building institutional capacity to optimize tariff designs to prepare good kind of tariff. Power procurement and long-term system planning, thereby reducing overall electricity cost. And finally, last but not least, the adopting of cost-reflective tariffs to improve economic efficiency, ensure cost recovery, and encourage efficient consumption. That's all actually I have to point out for today. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kudligama, for your very interesting and very enlightening presentation on the topic, the cost of electricity. It carried so much information, and thank you, especially thank you for saving us some time. Our catching up, you contributed rather handsomely to that, and also your fine sense of humor. So our next presenter is Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana. He's no stranger to me. We have been bumping into each other at so many meetings during our public careers, and I was pleasantly surprised to see him seated next to me today. So Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana is currently the Deputy Director General Industry Services at the Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka, popularly known as the PUCSL. He joined the PUCSL in 2006 and headed its Tariff and Economic Affairs Division for over a decade. Prior to joining PUCSL, he was a research associate at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Mr. Siriwardana has a multidisciplinary academic background. He is a member of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, ACMA, CGMA, IET, MIET, that is Charter Electrical Engineering Charter, Sri Lanka Economic Association, and SLIMA. And incidentally, your bachelor's degree is not mentioned in your CV. He's a Bachelor of Science in Engineering also. And adding insult to injury, he recently took oath as an attorney at law also. Over to you, Mr. Siriwardana. And his topic today is going to be tariff methodology and regulatory perspectives. Mr. Siriwardana.
Okay, delighted to be here. So thank you for the invitation for SLIMA. SLIMA is not a new place to me. So my first job was as a research assistant at SLIMA during my postgraduate times. So distinguished panel members, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Now my task is rather difficult because to explain the tariff methodology within 30 minutes is not possible. So I will give a brief overview of the tariff methodology and to try not to make you confused. Now, So now this tariff methodology currently we are using was introduced in 2010 under the 2009 Act number 20 Act number 20 of 2009. So it talks about a cost-reflective tariff methodology. So and it should allow the licensees to recover reasonable costs when acting efficiently. So reasonable means, it's a legal term, reasonable means it should have a reason and it should be prudent and within the benchmarks. So we are trying to ensure that the costs that we pass through to the customers are reasonable in all our divisions. So for example, if you take the fuel prices that are used to generate power at the thermal units, so we have been harping on the EGL and former CEB to come up with agreements with the CPC, formal agreements, transparent pricing mechanism to arrive at the fuel prices, so that are passed to the customers. So we are still struggling to get those things done, but then our task is primarily on checking whether these costs that are passed to customers are reasonable, be it generation, be it transmission, be it distribution. So the Act also provided for cross subsidies, which was under PUCSL purview, and then general policy guidelines were given by the ministry, and such that the subsidies also was possible if the funding is given by the government. Now, so the structure, of course, I think you all know about it. So generation companies, then they are supposed to have the PPAs, and of course at that time CEB, we had 6 licenses given for transmission, 4 distribution licenses and generation. So transmission had 2 businesses, the wire business and the bulk supply operations business, what we call as system operation and commercial part of it, bulk buying and selling. And distribution had 2 businesses, the wire business, the retail service business, which is again metering, billing and selling. So they should have agreements with the customers. So all these agreements were supposed to be vetted by us, although some of those agreements are yet to be signed. So we regulated, in the generation aspects, we regulated the generation expansion plan, which was prepared by the transmission licensee. So through that, we ensure that the least cost options are taken for the long-term power development. And then the initial tenders were vetted by us, and then the PPAs also approved by us for the commercial and technical terms in those PPAs. So the, say, Madhavi said, 70%, 80% of the cost is through those PPAs. Of course, CB doesn't have those agreements as yet, but then other plants, IPP plants, the new ones were approved by us. So that was one window for us to ensure that reasonable costs are passed to the customers. And we also regulate the boundary tariffs, that is between transmission and distribution, so that all the downstream costs, generation, transmission, and the losses associated are captured in the transfer price between transmission and distribution. So I will go little detail into that later on. And also we regulated the end user tariffs, both the what you pay in the bill as well as the other charges annually. So these end user tariffs initially was reviewed every 6 months, now actually quarterly. So we adopted a multi-year tariff methodology to work out the transmission and distribution costs. So as I said before, generation costs were reviewed biannually because they change very fast. The dispatch changes very fast, and the fuel prices change quite frequently. So those were given 6 monthly review periods. So we look at whether the forecast is reasonable, whether the fuel prices are reasonable, and approve those costs to be passed on to the customers. So CB plants, of course, didn't have full PPAs. We were working with very basic PPAs based on their annual budgeting exercises. So if you take transmission and distribution, the wire businesses and the commercial parts, there are 4 businesses, as I said before. So they were given a multi-year window to forecast their costs. say initially 5 years. Later on, we moved on to 3 years. So they were supposed to forecast their, operation costs, customer mix, and so on in our submissions every 3 years at the moment. And so they already had a medium-term development plans, the transmission plan, distribution plan, pre-approved by us. So those investment plans also were incorporated in that submission. And so we set up a revenue cap for the transmission business, distribution business, the BSOB, that is the NSO business at the moment, and the retail business every 3 years. And the first year revenue cap was escalated for inflation and so on for the 3 years. So every year there's an annual review as well for inflation and so on. So this also provided, because it was reasonable to provide for a return. So return on asset also provided in these decisions. Regarding this multi-year review, what we used was what we call a cash flow model, where you assume all the assets as bought in the first year, and then you have all the cash flows for operation and maintenance of those lines over the 3 years. And at the end of it, you sell those assets and you get a cash flow. So those cash flow was modeled so that desired rate of return on asset is achieved. So we check the IRR in an iterative process so that the desired return on asset is achieved. So that's how we arrived at in a very simple way, at the revenue cap for the first year. So that was very basically how we use the cash flow model to arrive at a revenue cap for these businesses. So this long-term view was taken so that the licensees are given some stability, and so that they know the cash flow for a period of time, so that they can operate and manage their activities efficiently with some certainty. So that was the idea for T&D businesses. So this bulk supply tariff had two components. One is a capacity component, which includes the generation capacity cost, transmission revenue cap, BSOB, that is the NSO revenue cap, and any short-term borrowing costs. So this was set as a figure in rupees per megawatt per month, and based on the maximum demand forecast for that 6 monthly period or 3 month period at the moment. So energy cost, of course, is quite simple. The fuel cost, any operating cost, startup cost that were in the generation plants for that period forecasted was used to arrive at a time of use BST. So this also had a component of, so all these are based on forecast. So we had to adjust for actuals in the previous periods. We don't, we make sure that the licensees don't make a loss because of forecasting error. So that forecasting error related previous period costs, be it positive or negative, will be added to the current period when arriving at the bulk supply tariffs. So this is the tariff between transmission and distribution. We decide every 3 months at the moment. So then what we do is we add up the distribution costs and arrive at the adjusting for losses. We arrive at the total cost to be recovered from customers. So that is the total amount of money we have to recover from customers. So that figure is checked with the current revenue from the existing tariff, and we do adjustments to recover that full cost, unless we have a subsidy direct injection from the government every quarter. So the revenue flow, if you take, you get sales revenue from the customers. So DLs keep their revenue cap. So their profit is assured, whatever return on asset we have decided. And they do the bulk supply payments to the transmission licensee, which is the single buyer. At the moment, we call it NSO. and he gives the revenue cap NTNSP, what we call as transmission licensee, revenue cap, and his own costs, and he pay for the debts and generators as per their PPAs. So government, any government injection subsidy shall happen to this BSTA account, which is operated by the single buyer, at the moment NSO. Regarding the total cost, how we transfer that to the customers, that's, of course, there are a lot of theories that are taught in campuses, but then when it comes to practical aspects, it's quite different. There are so many forces working at the same time when deciding tariffs. Ideally we should have done cost of service studies and voltage level costs, and allocate prices at each voltage level, and charge that from the customers. So story is not that simple. So there are competing forces in this business. Cost allocation principles are also challenged, whether we the ideal way of theoretical way is then you recover the capacity cost from the fixed charge and variable charge from the energy charge. So that is the simple way of doing it, but that cannot be those are challenged by public. So that also will have to be mindful. There are so many other social and economic concerns, be it from the government policy, and there are affordability concerns. So we all know that 75% of the population consume less than 90 units. So the vast majority of the people are quite energy poor at the moment. So those things are considered when we are deciding the end user tariffs. So the new act structure, this is a very basic thing. Nothing much has changed. Of course, we had given license to 4 license to CEB for distribution. So at the moment we have one EDL, DISCO again, and LECO again. So there's no change for our tariff purposes. Transmission, now we have NTNSP and NSO, 2 companies. That is the only difference. So for tariff purposes, we have very little difference in this process. GenCos are there as usual. CEB has 1 license at the moment. So their PPAs should be signed. We are yet to see those. Agreements between transmission and distribution, we are yet to see those. So for tariff purposes, we don't see big changes from our perspective. Of course, in the act, you have provision for open access charges, open access, and competitive markets, which are yet to be gazetted by the ministry. So those things will come in the future. But as of now, in the transition, we don't see much difference. So another thing, now at the moment, the new act says the long-term power system development plan, which is a composite plan, transmission and distribution together, is to be made by the NSO, and we can review it, we can give comments, the BUCSL, but it will be approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. So that is one difference, where in the early act, we were approving the long-term development plan. Now it is the political government which is doing it. And so there's a committee appointed by the ministry which devises the policies, including tariff policy. So that is also quite specifically mentioned in the act. So we have to be working under that policy in our tariff decisions. In a nutshell, there's little change in terms of tariff under the new act, except the generation costs now we have less of a control because the plan is now government approved. Then the act says, the new act number 36 2024, which was in force since last March. Under section 29, we have 11 very detailed section on tariffs. So it talks about financial sustainability and reasonable return on investments. So that is a key difference between the last one and this one. We were talking about return on assets. The reasonable cost when entities operate efficiently. So here, licensees are able to recover reasonable costs and a return on investment. So, and under subsection 5, we have to ensure that it is in line with the national tariff policy. So I will come to that later. So, we are working on a new tariff methodology as well with some ADB assistants, consultants. So again, it will be multi-year. We are looking at again 3 years and quarterly tariff revisions, which is required in the law. And the return, now we were giving a fair return like 7 or 8% during the last few years, looking at typical returns for investment. But now this new tariff policy says it should be 2% for CEB transferred assets, that is for generation, transmission, distribution, which is quite low. So we will see that it will be challenging for these licensees to raise funding for investments in the future. But there's provision to amend it in the policy as well, so that we have to be mindful. And we are working on whether we can provide accelerated depreciation for new investments like say smart meters or something like that, which are required for the new type of business that they are doing. So, and the work in progress, earlier we used to allow work in progress as an investment, but now we are considering whether such is not a good idea, because the licensees have an incentive to not to finish the asset investment and add it to the asset base and recover. Without finishing the project, they can earn a return. So that we are looking at the moment. And also we are trying to simplify the BST. Now we have this time of use BST. We are looking at a simplified BST as well. Also, we are also looking at the open access charges, which is for wheeling open access consumers, which is envisaged in the Act. So we are devising a methodology to come up with the open access charges and regulations, related regulations. One side on, because I think Mr. Shavi asked me to put a slide on tariff policy. So this was published as gazetted in March, effective from March. So there are many elements in the tariff policy, and there are 9 elements in the tariff policy as part of the national electricity policy. Those are, of course, quite understood. Some aspirations of the policymaker on the tariff, but then later on it goes on to very details about how the tariffs are set. So which I don't want to go into details, but it's a very long set of actions that is required under tariff policy. You will see how that, I see few conflicts between that and the law. So we will see how it goes at the implementation stage. Quickly about PUCSL practices, we try to make the process transparent and fair as much as possible. So we are adopting natural justice principles, that is the independence decision making and giving a fair hearing to all parties. So that is part of our process. We ensure all our decisions are transparent as much as possible. We engage with the stakeholders, and we treat all stakeholders quite equally, and we expect all the players to play their role. We don't want the distribution licensees worrying about generation costs, but they should worry about their distribution networks, the quality of supply, and managing their demand. So that is the way we look at the sector. So we also work on timely decisions. Now we have to do quarterly tariff revisions. We want them to submit on time so that we can do the decisions on time. So that is also required to have an effective regulation, so that in the sector. So just briefly about current tariff levels. If you take now the current, as Madhavi also said, the current tariff is around 35 rupees. So many customers on average don't pay that. That is true. So there are cost subsidies, especially coming from the GP customers who are paying around average 47 rupees. This is like Q3 data. And high-end domestic customers also pay a high price. But of course, their numbers are quite low. So their contribution to this cost subsidy is not much. So this is as a result of all these deliberations on the energy policy and the affordability concerns and so on. If you look at the cost components, I think I don't have to go into details. Around 70% of the cost is on generation. One thing I want to highlight is that now this 22 rupees, we should not forget our arithmetic. When we say we are adding certain generation source, it doesn't have to be cheaper than 22 rupees. It can be cheaper than the highest component, like diesel powered energy, which is at 100 rupees. So any generation replacement lower than any of the components will result in a lower energy cost. So that we have to be mindful. And also, we are working on the distribution cost also, which has risen very fast during last few years. So that is also a concern. We are doing benchmarking studies to ensure that most reasonable costs are passed to the consumers. That's all from me. We can discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sirivardhana Kanchara, my dear colleague from the PUCSL. It was a very enlightening session as well. And incidentally, we have kept the Q&A session at the very end of the panel discussion. After the panel discussion is over, we will open up for comments and questions for the attendees here. And so keep your questions ready. And we will give you it's quite a lengthy session we have. So I'm quite sure we will be able to answer all of your questions. Now there's a slight change in the pace of things with the announcement of annual awards for the most outstanding undergraduate energy research 2026 presented by the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association. So I hand over the controls to the compeers to carry forward this small deviation until we resume the session after the tea break. We will have the awards now, then the tea break, and then we'll resume our panel discussion. Over to you, Brenna.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the most exciting item of the day, the Annual Research Award for the Most Outstanding Undergraduate Energy Research 2026. Now I would like to invite Mr. W.H. Wickramaratne, member of the Research Award Committee, to give a brief introduction to the award scheme. After this introduction, we would play short videos of 3 winning entries. Keep your fingers crossed. Let's see who bags the award. Mr. Wickramaratne, over to you.
Distinguished invitees, today session chair Mr. Harsh Wickramasinghe and all speakers. Our Research Award Evaluation Committee chair Professor Attalage and SLIMA President Dr. Amle Wickramasinghe. Good morning. So this year marks actually 5th edition of SLIMA Most Outstanding Undergraduate Energy Research Award. This is the 5th consecutive year SLIMA is doing this event. I'll brief you how we have selected those winners. Actually, call for this Energy Research Award submission was done through our SLIMA web page. Also, we send those forms and applications and flyers to most of the universities. This time, actually, in addition, we published those flyers in National Science Foundation web page. It is happy to say that this time we received 79 research abstracts. Compared to past years, it is more than threefold increase. So in the evaluation process, we have 3 stages. First stage is the initial desk review or initial screening. It is done by the research award committee expert. So out of that 79, we were able to take 61 research abstracts to the second stage evaluation. This second stage evaluation is the subject expert evaluation. So each of those abstracts was evaluated by subject expert particular to that abstracts. So that is from mix of that academia and the industry. So they have to follow 10 evaluation criteria, and based on that, they have to give the marks. Those abstracts who get the more than 70% of those second stage evaluation, we took for the final evaluation. That is 10 minutes video presentation. Out of that 61 this year, there was 12 research abstract passed that 70% marks. And we asked them to submit that 10 minutes presentations. So then those presentation was evaluated by our distinguished expert panel of 10 panel members this time. And those panel also we gave the 9 criteria. That is not the subject, according to the subject of the research, but to evaluate their presentation skill, time management, and the clarity likewise. So for the final ranking, we get the 70% of the second stage evaluation and 30% of the final evaluations. We gave the highest weightage for the expert panel evaluation, subject evaluation, and only 30% for the final. So on that way, we selected, generally we select gold, silver, and bronze, but this year we have 1 gold award and 2 silver awards. Other than that, we award 12 merit award also. So today you have the privilege to watch that 3 to 5 minutes video of those winners. Before proceeding those things, I would like to thank all the panel members. That was consist with around 40 panel members from academia and industry. And a special thanks goes to our evaluation panel chair, Professor Attalage. With his busy time, throughout this process, he involved for that evaluation. And also, I would like to thank my committee members, Professor Migar and Dr. Nihimia and Engineer Dilum Pereira and Mrs. Harshani that from the stream office for this around 4 to 5 months. They give their fullest support to complete this event effectively and efficiently at required time base. So finally, I would like to thank our main sole sponsor, that is Forbes Marshall Private Limited, for the 5th consecutive year. Total expenses on this award is bared by them. Thank you.
Is there a delay in
system
hearing that?
that can actually help us hit two birds with that one stone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tevidu Samarasekara, and I am presenting to you light sensing and control of an agrovoltaic plant, which is our final year project. Here, this is actually having a system which will help hit the two birds with one stone. The two birds are the two national ambitions. The one stone is one landscape, and our system is this intelligent system. Agrovoltaics is a combination of two words, agriculture and photovoltaics, that is using an agricultural land not only for agricultural purposes, but also to generate electricity using solar energy. The Hantan agrovoltaic site is one of Sri Lanka's first agrovoltaic sites, and it's the first one with solar, semi-transparent solar PVs. It's on a tea plantation. Now, Sri Lanka is one of the world's biggest tea exporters, and Sri Lanka also hopes to up its renewable energy to 70% of the national demand, where solar is leading the way. Therefore, inevitably, solar farms will come across agricultural land. And this is an aim to solve both of them, where we have electricity generated by solar energy, but also we maintain the agricultural output. Now, when you have solar PVs on top of a tea plantation, this will change the microclimate that is falling on the tea plants. And because of that, this can have many different effects on the plant. So what we try to do is monitor this and control this as much as possible using the lights that are laid under the solar PVs and falling on the tea plant. For this, we need to monitor the tea plants. And this monitoring cannot be done on a periodic basis where the period is about a month or so. We need to continuously monitor this. So we designed our own remote monitoring system with cameras and sensors which monitor the tea plants, the environmental factors such as humidity, temperature, soil moisture, soil electric conductivity, soil temperature, and the irradiance. We use all of this and also the images where we do phenotyping and identify the tea shoots, the tea diseases, and the tea canopy. And then we use all of that for crop modeling, where we have designed a mathematical model for the crop. It is not just statistical, it is mathematical. Therefore, we have gone into minute details. And using all of that, we control the light that is laid under the solar PVs in order to maximize the daylight integral, or the amount of light energy that falls on the tea plant on a particular day. With this, we will have a more controlled light that falls on the tea plant, and we will have a more controlled growth and a better growth for the tea plant. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our results and conclusions. We have a digitized data set for tea, for Ceylon tea in Sri Lanka, and this can be used for many different studies. Our data set consists of images with annotations and for tea shoots, blister blight disease, which is a fungal disease, and also the tea canopy. We also have sensor data. This can be used for many different studies in the future because tea is a perennial crop or a long-term crop. Also, we have light control for agrovoltaics. Now, with this light control, like I said before, we have a more controlled growth for the tea plant, and that will help us inculcate renewable energy and integrate them to agriculture with these informed controllers. And therefore, actually hit the two birds with that one stone, because we are going to use the same land not only to generate electricity, but also keep up the agricultural output. Finally, we have designed crop models, a crop model for tea, and this can be taken one step further. This was identified by the National Research Council, where we received a 20 million rupee research grant to develop digital twins for tea agriculture in Sri Lanka. Therefore, we try to inculcate mathematics and AI models to simulate the tea plants. This is the conclusion of our presentation. I hope you enjoy it.
Good morning, everyone. I am Chamodi Divyanjali from Department of Physics and Electronics, University of Kelaniya. Today, I am pleased to present my research titled Scalable and Cost-Effective Copper Oxide Electrodes for Sustainable Energy Storage in Solid-State Supercapacitors. As renewable energy technologies continue to grow, there is an increase in demand for energy storage devices that can charge, rapidly deliver high power, and maintain long life cycle. Among the available energy storage technologies, supercapacitors have attracted significant attention because they bridge the gap between conventional capacitors and the batteries. In the development of supercapacitors, copper oxide has received considerable attention due to its abundance, low cost, and environmentally friendly nature. However, its relatively poor electrical conductivity and limited surface area limit its electrochemical performance. In this study, I investigated whether simply adjusting the lactic acid concentration during electrodeposition could improve the properties of copper oxide electrodes. Here, copper oxide thin films were electrodeposited onto titanium substrate using different lactic acid concentrations, ranging from 1 to 3.5 molar. These electrodes were then assembled into a solid-state supercapacitors using PVA KOH gel polymer. Finally, the materials were characterized using XRD and SEM, while their electrochemical performance was evaluated using galvanostatic charge-discharge measurements. Material characterization showed that increasing the lactic acid concentration improved both crystal quality and surface morphology of CuO electrodes. These structural enhancements contributed to their improved electrochemical performance. Among the three highest performing electrodes, the GCD curves identified 3.5 molar CuO electrode as the best performer. It achieved a high specific capacitance, energy density, and power density. These findings demonstrate that optimizing the electrodeposition conditions effectively improves the electrochemical performance of CuO electrode. In conclusion, this work demonstrates that a simple and cost-effective fabrication strategy can significantly improve the performance of CuO-based supercapacitors. Also, this approach offers a promising pathway toward practical and sustainable energy storage solutions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, esteemed judges. Today I am honored to present our research on the energy saving potential of titanium dioxide radiative cooling coatings for sustainable building management in Colombo. Colombo's rapid urbanization and high humidity severely worsen the urban heat island effect, driving an unsustainable reliance on air conditioning. We aim to evaluate a passive zero energy alternative, a titanium dioxide doped nanopigment coating, to see if it can overcome Colombo's high humidity barrier and provide measurable thermal reductions. Our approach had three phases. First, synthesis. We dispersed rutile titanium dioxide nanopigments into a hydrophobic PDMS binder at a 15% volume concentration to maximize solar reflectance. Second, we established a steady state thermodynamic energy balance model. Finally, spatial validation. We characterized the optical properties and mapped Columbus UHI hotspots using Landsat 8 satellite imagery. Our optical findings were outstanding. The coating achieved 88.2% solar reflectivity and 92.4% thermal emissivity, a massive improvement over baseline concrete. Most importantly, even under Colombo's high humidity conditions, laboratory testing proved the coating maintained a remarkable surface temperature reduction of 17.9 degrees Celsius compared to an uncoated control. Translating this into energy impacts reveals massive potential. A standard 100 square meter roof yields up to 1000 kilowatt hours in annual AC savings. Scaled across 100,000 buildings, we project 100 gigawatt hours in annual savings and 25 megawatt reduction in peak grid demand. Economically, this yields a rapid payback period of just 3 to 5 years. Wide-scale implementation provides a sustainable pathway to shave peak grid demand, directly supporting Sri Lanka's greenhouse gas reduction goals. By integrating these metrics into UDA building codes and CEB green loan incentives, we can drastically increase our urban climate resilience. These are our references, and thank you.
Thank you for those very inspiring videos. Your work indeed has the power to transform lives, and we are grateful for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the thrilling moment of the session, the moment we have all been eagerly waiting for. It is time to honor and celebrate the exceptional talent that we witnessed today. So I would appreciate if the President of SLIMA, Dr. Amila Wickramasinghe, could kindly grace the stage and do the honors of distributing the prizes. Thank you, sir, for joining us on stage. I would also like to invite the Director of Forbes Marshall, Mr. Loshan Palayangoda, and the Chair of the Research Awards Committee, Mr. Velhenage Vikramaratne, to come on stage and assist in presenting the awards. Thank you, sirs.
Ladies and gentlemen, something truly unusual happened this time. Two teams have achieved the same score, even down to the second decimal point. After careful consideration, the award committee has decided to honor this rare achievement by presenting two silver awards category alongside the gold award. Let's celebrate this remarkable moment together. The first recipient of the silver award is HGC Divyajali from the Department of Physics and Electronics, Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya, recognized for her outstanding research on scalable and cost-effective copper oxide electrodes for sustainable energy storage in solid-state supercapacitors. The second recipients of the silver awards are HSH Senavaratna, APRL Madhushankar, and MKP Nadisha from the Department of Earth Resource Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa. They are recognized for their research on evaluating the energy potential of titanium dioxide radioactive coating for sustainable urban building management in Colombo, Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold award goes to BAB Apakanda, JMTRB Navaratna, and TD Samarasekara of the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, for their research work in light sensing and control of an agrovoltaic plant. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Secretary of the Ministry of Energy, Mr. GMRD Aponsu. Sir, we are privileged to have you among us today, and we thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to extend your support. Your esteemed presence has indeed glorified the event and added a vibrancy to our humble gathering. A big thank you to Dr. Amila Vikramasinghe for kindly presenting the awards. And I also am thankful to the winners and who assisted in presenting the awards. And congratulations to all the winners once again. Your exceptional performance has truly won our hearts.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a quick break. When we return, we will hear from our third speaker for the day. Please return promptly in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for getting back. Before proceeding with the annual technical session, I cordially invite the Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Mr. GMRD Aponsu, to address the gathering. We indeed honor to have you with us here. Over to you.
Good morning, and everyone. Chairman of the SLIMA and all of the distinguished gathering here. Thank you for inviting me for this annual session of the SLIMA. Actually, if you have sent me an invitation, this morning I read it. Then I came to know then what kind of association this is, and I just talk about your leaders. And I noted some faces. With the faces, then I know then who are the one the leading this association. From my side also, then I am looking for this kind of crowd, but I didn't aware about that we have this association. But anyway, when we are talking about the managers of energy, then definitely the wording with the managers is efficiency. Then I thought when I am coming from the ministry to this place, then I thought about what these managers are doing and how you are working with the efficiency. Then I thought then I should let you know what I am thinking about the energy efficiency. Maybe it is relevant to you or not, right? Right. As an economy, when you are focusing the energy efficiency, that definitely it came three factors to my mind. The one is the cost. The one is the energy security. One is the emission of the carbon dioxide, right? Then if we think about these three factors, that definitely then how this cost involved with the efficiency involved with the cost factor. The one end, it is definitely householders. When we are thinking about the knowledge of our householders, including me, if I am basically a science graduate, I did physics, therefore I have the basic knowledge. But in the general public, that they don't have this enough information, the knowledge. As example, take the refrigerator. Almost the most of families has a refrigerator. They are using this electricity, energy, but the most of them are not know then whether it is okay if we are off the refrigerator for 1 hour or 2 hours. Then because we are facing some issues with the demand and supply of the power, we are now try to reduce the people's behavior in the peak hours. From the Clean Sri Lanka involvement, then we asked to introduce mindful use of energy. Then with the sustainable energy, we are doing some works. Then to bring in this one to the people, then the Clean Sri Lanka part is how to change the behavior of the people. The Clean Sri Lanka, the total idea is also how to change the behavior of the people, to bring our people looking at the different three angles. One is the social aspects, that's how to well-beingness is achieved, then the changes at that end. Then the second one is then how to make a person who loves to the environment, that is the environment factor. And the third one is the person with integrity and efficient. Then when we are looking at these changes in the behavior of the people, that's what we are expecting. Then therefore we understood when the energy ministry is struggling with the people's behavior for a shorter period, for this 6:30 to 10:30 period, how to change the behavior, but in a long run, it is the going with the efficiency of this energy using. And therefore, so many knowledge we have to bring to the people's mind if we are thinking about the meaningful managing of the meaningful use of the mindful use of the energy. That's why I told, then I was looking then who are the people we should involve this one. In science, from the early grades, there are so many things in our syllabus. But in practicality, we are not using these theories. My very famous example is for this one. Maybe the most of you are with the science. We know the Bernoulli equation. This is not related to the energy. But for the Bernoulli equation, there are so many applications. Even for the cricket ball, when the people using how to take the sim and how to turn it, right? The behind is the physics theories. But we learn physics, we don't know about these the practicalities. But in Sri Lanka, we don't have the small article, small booklets, giving this idea to the general public. But one of my lecturer, then he published some books. Then through these booklets, then we came to know the practicalities of the theories we learn. Like that, I wanted to bring this concept into this mindful one. Then that's why I wanted to find some people writing these kind things to the general public's awareness. then today I came to know. Then the winners are here. Then I asked, are you from the industry or are you from? Then they said, no, we are from the university. Then they are doing this one. That knowledge is with the high level. They are doing research. Then so they got the certificates for this one. But this knowledge should come to the general public level. Then you should have a knowledge. You should have a capacity how to bring this knowledge to the general public. That's what I want from your association. I think I finally find the correct people for this one. These are the involvement with the householder. Then again, efficiency, cost part. Next is going with the industry. Then there are so many things we can discuss it. That's why then we need the new technology, right? As example, LEDs. We are using LEDs, but the producers are, we don't know the quality of fact of this one, right? Then there are the branded industrial people producing this one, and there are some LEDs we can buy from the PETA market. The factor is the quality, but no one is know who is checking the quality, whether we have a way of checking the quality. The actual, see, we don't have that kind of quality checking, and therefore this should be a standard. Like that, there are so many things related to this efficiency. When I come to the second point of mine is the energy security. How this efficiency work with the energy security. Then all of you know, the energy is the kind of the national security matter. When we compare it with the transport sector, since we are heavily dependent on the fossil fuels, we are importing it, then you know the threat to the national economy. We experienced it in the last couple of years ago, and presently also with the Middle East, the war situation, right? But if when we come to the electricity sector, the term we always use the national security, but the thing is different if we compare with the fossil fuel imported case. Presently also we are using fossil fuel for electricity generate, but we had the big potential in the country, that is the renewable energy. That is from the beginning of this earth, because the weather pattern is almost there, unlike it for the long run, it has some changes, but for the shorter period, the lifetimes, it will not change until the El Nino something like happen. It is for again the very shorter period. But the if we measure the periods in our lifetimes, the wind blows, the sunrise hit our earth, our Sri Lanka land, but what we miss, we didn't have knowledge, technology. Therefore, we miss them. Then the second one is, we don't have enough investment for this one. Because of these two, we didn't use this one. But anyway, as a knowledgeable person, you know all of this one. Now you are together. Now you have a plan. You are working for this plan, and you are working for the introduce this renewable energy. Then that national security is the blended this one. Actually, with the potential we have the national security, then we should work then how to reach this one. That is the part of efficiency. And third point I mentioned is the emission. Again, we are talking about the carbon net zero one. We have to reach it. While it is in 2050, but then we are the using the carbon, I mean the fossil fuel related one for the energy sector. With the efficiency, definitely we can reduce the carbon fossil fuel related one. There are so many factors related with this one. Then everything we can bring with the knowledge of general public. Therefore, I understood today there is a big role this association can do, especially last month when I came to this position as a secretary of this energy ministry. The new term then I learned from the audit management committee. They are asking whether we do you have, this ministry has energy audit. Then some of people in the ministry know about these words, but we haven't taken any actions then how to move to these directions. But today I came to know then you are the one, the training people for doing energy audit. Then you are showing some certificates. You are working on this one. Then the potential is there. We are not using this potential. Then I think we should have a big the communication in future. Then how this potential we use for the country's development. I think that's what for a short message I can deliver to you. Then keep in touch with me. Then please organize some meetings with ministry, the other relevant ministries. Then from my side, then I will definitely with you. Then I wish the success for your association, and believe you will give me back your support and feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that inspiring speech and for taking your time out of your busy schedule and for being with us. Your esteemed presence has indeed glorified our event and added a vibrancy to our humble gathering. With that, I cordially invite the chair and the speakers to to take their respective seats at the head table and recommence the proceedings. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back well on time. So with two remaining presentations, let us now begin our second session of the proceedings. So I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Pradeep Pereira to do the honors. So let me give a brief introduction to Dr. Pradeep Pereira. Dr. Pradeep Pereira holds a BSc Engineering degree from the University of Moratuwa in Electrical Engineering and a PhD in Power Systems Economics from the Imperial College, University of London, the United Kingdom. Having started his career in 1990 with LECO, he joined CEB in 1991 as an electrical engineer. He has joined the World Bank Group in 1997 and focused on infrastructure project finance transaction in energy, ports and telecom sectors in Sri Lanka. He joined the Asian Development Bank in 2003 as an energy specialist and led ADB energy sector programs in Vietnam, China, and India from 2003 to 2023. During his period, he advised the Vietnam on establishment of wholesale power market and power sector reforms, industrial energy efficiency improvements, and establishment of carbon trading in China and renewable energy development and distribution sector reforms in India. From 2023 to 2024, he functioned as the Director General of Power Sector Reform Secretariat and led the preparation of Sri Lanka Electricity Act 2024. He has been appointed as the first chairman of National Systems Operator in 2025, is responsible for providing the strategic leadership in this critical juncture. And more importantly, he's from my same neighborhood, so I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Pradeep Pereira to deliver his presentation.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for the introduction and the nice words. I think there is a bit of a change in my topic. I think although I was initially invited to speak on the open access, I think we have decided that I would speak on the NSO's role in tariff setting, because this conference is mostly focusing on the tariffs. So, but somehow I think it has been mentioned as the title of my presentation, the open access and wheeling. But given the fact that it is there, I would briefly mention the current status of wheeling, because this is also a hot topic at the moment. So basically, what is meant by wheeling?
You can move to the podium.
No, I can speak fine.
Okay. Huh? Clicking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So because it was in the slide, I think I would basically briefly mention about wheeling and open access, because there are different people have a different understandings about this term. So what is really meant by open access and wheeling? I think they are probably the same meaning. What it means is that allowing a generator connected to the transmission or distribution network to supply a consumer located somewhere else using the transmission and distribution network as a transport corridor, or basically to use the system to transport energy that that particular entity generates for a third party. Now, this is not allowed under the previous act of the Sri Lanka Electricity Act of 2009. In the new Act, 2024 Act, we have introduced this provision, but it has not yet been triggered. So to initiate wheeling and open access, the minister has to issue an order under the Electricity Act, and the regulation has to be prepared. And there are certain prerequisites to be met before this can be initiated in Sri Lanka. So we are now basically studying and making preparations to have this facilitated in Sri Lankan context, but it may take some time. But I think the most important thing, I think, is we have to see under what circumstances this can be allowed. So, like for instance, in India, if you take, there are three types of wheeling, long-term wheeling. In the case of long-term wheeling in India, you have a transmission corridor reserved for you. I mean, if it, basically that happens in the Indian context between very large consumers, that includes distribution companies. They buy energy from a generator located somewhere else. For instance, I was involved in a project where a 1,000 megawatt solar plant was built in the state of Maharashtra, and they were selling electricity to the Delhi Metro. So it's about 1,000 kilometers apart, and there was a transmission corridor reserved for this particular transaction. And there were very elaborate arrangements regarding the matching of generation pattern and the consumption, because you need to match generation and consumption on real-time basis. If there's a deviation, there has to be a deviation settlement mechanism, which is which relate either to the system marginal price or to the market price of electricity at that particular time. And there has to be monitoring mechanisms and regulatory sort of interventions. In addition to that, you can have short-term and medium-term wheeling. In the case of short-term wheeling, you don't have a corridor reserved for you, but it can be facilitated, allowed by the system operators, subject to the availability of a corridor. So our system control center would have to be able and capable of determining, at least on a day-ahead basis, whether such wheeling transactions can be allowed on a short-term or a day-ahead basis. And then we need to have a settlement mechanism. So those systems have to be put in place before we can introduce it. But we are working on it, and hopefully it can be initiated within a year or so. Then I'll come back to my presentation for which I have prepared. So basically, I would talk about the role of NSO in tariff setting, because with the unbundling of CEB in March 2026, different entities have been formed, and these entities have different responsibilities assigned to them under the Electricity Act. So unlike in the past, when CEB was responsible for almost everything in the electricity sector, now there are very clearly demarcated responsibilities, and there is a greater degree of transparency in the interactions and the transactions among these entities. So, so I'll first talk about the NSO's role under the Electricity Act of 2024 and the key objectives of tariff setting and the key aspects of national tariff policy, which was gazetted a couple of weeks ago, related to the NSO, because the national tariff policy encompasses a large gamut of issues, but certain aspects of that are quite critical to the functioning of NSO. And the structural issues in tariff setting in Sri Lanka relevant to NSO, this is based on a recent report prepared by IMF. They have identified certain structural issues in our tariff setting process and tariff regime, and how we can address these issues as we go forward. So the NSO has three primary functions. One is the power system planning and operation. Other one is the power sector settlement. Another one is the capacity procurement. So those are the three main sort of verticals that NSO is responsible for. In terms of the power system planning and operation, we have to prepare what is called the long-term power development plan to identify generation, transmission, energy storage, and ancillary service capacity additions for a 20-year period. This is a rolling plan. This needs to be prepared every 2 years. There's a slight deviation from the least cost generation expansion plan that CEB used to prepare. So the least cost generation expansion plan mainly focuses on the generation capacity additions, but this one is a more comprehensive plan. This includes both generation, transmission, and it is now increasingly becoming very critical, the ancillary services and the energy storage. So all these things are covered under this plan, which now we are in the process of preparing. Under the Act, we have to have this finalized by December this year and approved by March next year. And then we have to prepare an annual power procurement plan to meet the forecasted demand for the next 12 months from the available sources. Because when you're looking at a 12-month horizon, there's no scope for you to plan for new capacity additions. You have to manage the system with what you have, and this annual procurement plan is something we have to prepare every year. I understand CEB also used to prepare this in the past. And then the generation dispatch schedule has to be prepared on a month ahead, week ahead, and day ahead basis. This is basically undertaken by the National System Control Center coming under the NSO, and they have to do it taking into account the availability of various power plants. Some power plants have to be taken out for maintenance or forced and planned maintenance, the water availability, and they also need to do it in collaboration and consultation with the Water Management Secretariat. Now I think these days, I think with the onset of El Nino, this is becoming very critical and very quite a sensitive task. And then we have to operate the real-time operation of power system and maintain the system stability and reliability in accordance with the grid code. Now with the unbundling of CEB, the grid code also has to be updated. It has been updated by a team from NSO, and I think we will be submitting it within next couple of weeks to PUCSL for review. So the functions and responsibilities of different entities with respect to the system operation, system planning, even interconnection, metering, all those codes that were in the grid code has been updated. and this will be submitted to PUCSL soon. Together with the grid code, we have also updated the distribution code that will also be submitted to PUCSL. That work has been done by our distribution company, the EDL, and both these codes would have to be taken together to see how the new system would operate from a technical perspective. And then I think the topic that I was talking earlier, the open access, which is something I spoke earlier, so I would not spend time on that point. Then our next responsibility is the bulk electricity purchase and sale and market operations. So with the unbundling of CEB, all the power purchase agreements that CEB had signed with private sector developers, standard power purchase agreements, all of them have been novated to or assigned to NSO. So NSO has assumed the responsibilities of CEB under those agreements. In addition to that, we also would be entering into PPAs with the new companies that came out of CEB, power purchase agreements with the electricity generation company, transmission service agreement with the National Transmission Network Service Provider, and power sales agreement with LICO and EDL. So those agreements have been almost finalized. Some are being reviewed by PUCSL. The power purchase agreement with the coal power plant is almost finished. It will be submitted to PUCSL probably next week. Other agreements, other PPAs are being finalized because those need to be populated with various technical parameters, and that is taking a little bit of time. And at the moment, NSO also has the responsibility to function as the single buyer, because under that, minister can delegate the responsibility of power purchase below 10 megawatt to the distribution licensees. Until that order is issued, NSO has the sole responsibility of power purchase. So that responsibility is also with us. And then the procurement or the capacity procurement of new capacities, the generation capacity, the transmission capacities has to be undertaken by NSO. So we are obliged under the Act to use transparent competitive tendering process as much as possible for procuring new capacities, especially for generation capacities above 10 megawatt. The minister can reduce this capacity. Minister can set a technology-based ceilings for these capacities for different technologies. For instance, which would be eligible for standard power purchase agreements. It cannot exceed 10 megawatt, but it can be lower. So, for instance, solar can have a different ceiling capacity for SPPA arrangements. Wind can have a different capacity ceiling. So that flexibility is there in the new Act. And at the moment, it is 10 megawatt for all technologies. So below that, we can enter into standard power purchase agreements. Above that, it has to be based on the competitive tendering. Then another feature that has been introduced in the new Act is the concept of additional transmission licenses. This is basically to allow private sector investments in transmission. Under the 2009 Act, it was not allowed. Private sector was not allowed to own and operate transmission assets. They could build transmission at what was called the annuity model, which is basically a deferred payment arrangement. Because upon completion, these transmission assets have to be transferred to CEB for operation. This created certain legal issues when it comes to raising funding for these kind of assets, because the ownership doesn't remain with the borrower. And if a bank is going to lend, the bank would not be able to take a mortgage on it because the asset would be transferred upon completion. Now, under the new Act, this is allowed, where the private sector can own and operate transmission assets. So we have actually identified 3 transmission lines which would be tendered as private sector investments, which would be submitted to Cabinet maybe probably next week. to be tendered using this model. And we have also got the transaction advisory services from World Bank to assist us in this regard. This includes the Monoragala, Hambantota, Norachere, Variupola, and if I remember correct, Habarana, Kirindivela 400 kV line. Those lines will be offered to the private sector for investments. And NSO also has the sole responsibility of entering into cross-border power transactions and power sales agreement with foreign entities. For instance, if Sri Lanka is to enter into power purchase agreement or power sale agreement with, let's say in India, with the completion of the India-Sri Lanka interconnection, NSO would be the counterparty for that transaction. But it will take some time before we can do that because we don't have the interconnection infrastructure at the moment. So the other one is the electricity market operation. NSO is also responsibility for the establishment of the bulk supply transaction account or the BST account to record all transactions related to energy sale and purchase, including payment for transmission. So this account has been established in CEB, I believe in 2024, July 1st. So we have inherited this account and we are now operating it. And we are legally obliged to ring-fence this account and to use this account for transactions only related to power purchase and power sales. So we cannot use funds from this account to pay for our salaries or whatever. It can be used only for that purpose, and it's a regulated account. So we'll have to provide full visibility of this account to PUCSL. So we inherited this account with a negative balance. So as a result, I think payment to the generators are at the moment delayed. But all payments that came due since March 9th has been paid. So whatever the arrears is due to arrears that were there prior to March 9th. And we are also obliged to provide quarterly submissions to PUCSL on the forecasted electricity supply cost on a quarterly basis every 3 months. So we had done 2 such submissions since we came into being. On April, we have made the submission, and then for the Q3, we made the submission in June. And based on that, PUCSL has announced the tariff revisions. In the past, CEB used to do the tariff calculation. Now we don't do the tariff calculation. We only provide the cost data, and PUCSL has the responsibility of setting the tariffs. And we also have the responsibility of taking the actions for establishment of the national electricity market, consisting of wholesale market, ancillary services market, balancing market, and eventually the retail market. We probably may not follow this hierarchy in that order. I think probably we have to introduce market-based arrangements wherever that is possible. For instance, we may start with the balancing market instead of starting with the wholesale market. Because to start a wholesale market, you need to have a sufficient amount of power plants or capacity, which is not bound by long-term contracts. So you can't have a long-term wholesale power market, a competitive market with contracts. But we don't have such capacity. All our capacities are contracted for 20 years or whatever. So, but we can introduce a balancing market to manage the short-term imbalances between supply and demand, and then move from there to probably ancillary services market, and eventually to wholesale market when we have sufficient, uncommitted or uncontracted capacity. And for retail market, basically that is to allow the consumer the choice of supplier. At the moment, the distribution companies have a geographical monopoly on supply and electricity sales. But that can be unbundled, and we can have aggregators and those kind of people who are competing or who may provide the electricity sales using the distribution network owned by the distribution licensees. I mean, for instance, in Australia, the distribution companies are not allowed to sell electricity. They can only own the assets. The electricity sales are undertaken by retailers, and they don't own anything. They don't own any assets. They simply can operate with a bunch of computers. And they can keep on changing the tariff and various, they can offer various sort of incentives for people. I mean, you can change your supplier through a telephone call or an online application. I think that can be done in Sri Lanka probably prior to the wholesale market. So we need to see how this kind of markets can be introduced. Then coming into the tariff setting, the key objectives of tariff setting as enshrined in the Act is basically the tariff should ensure full cost recovery of all utilities. If the tariffs are set below cost recovery levels, the government should provide the fiscal subsidy. I am happy to say that our government has met this requirement. I mean, in the Q2 this year, we had a deficit of 38 billion rupees, Q2 and Q3. And the government had taken the decision to provide the 15 billion rupees subsidy and to pass down only 23 billion out of the 38 billion deficit to the consumers. And that 15 billion has been used to subsidize the electricity consumption of people consuming less than 180 units. So that has already been done. And again, I think when it came to the third quarter, we had a loss in Q3 this year of around 27 billion. And out of that, the cabinet has approved to provide a subsidy of 17 billion to NSO without passing down that cost to the consumers. So it's the first time I think government had taken such a decision to subsidize electricity supply. Earlier, CEB used to incur losses, and once the losses have reached hundreds of billions of rupees, government used to take over part of that losses through a debt to equity conversions and various things. Now it is done in a much more transparent manner. This is coming from the new Electricity Act. And the tariff should be cost reflective to ensure consumers are exposed to the cost structure of electricity supply to provide effective price signals. Because at the moment, our time of use TOU tariffs are out of whack. I mean, our marginal price has changed with the addition of a lot of solar power into the system. Now our marginal cost during daytime is the lowest. In the past, the lowest lowest marginal cost used to be the off-peak period. That is the time between, let's say, 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning. Now it is not the case. During that time, people use a lot of air conditions. So the demand is quite high during that period. Whereas during the daytime, our net demand, net of the solar addition, solar generation, comes to less than 1,000 megawatts. So that time, our marginal plant is the coal power plant. Whereas during peak time, at the moment, it is usually diesel. And the so-called off-peak time, it is usually the furnace oil plant. So basically, if we are to have the TOU tariff based on marginal cost principles, it should be like we should have something like 20 rupees during daytime, maybe around 80 rupees during peak time, and maybe around 50 rupees during off-peak period, which is not the case today. And that provide perverse incentives to the people, like they are not getting the right price signals. So I think we need to have proper cost-reflective TOU tariffs, and to introduce TOU tariffs to larger consumers. Because at the moment it is not possible because we don't have the smart meters. I think only LECO, I think, has installed smart meters in most of their consumers. But in the case of EDL, I think only few have smart meters. But they are going to initiate a project to procure, I understand, 300,000 smart meters within next 1 or 2 years and install it. By then, we would be able to have TOU tariffs, at least for the consumers having a consumption of over 180 units. And then the tariff should be predictable and stable over time. Unfortunately, that is not the case at the moment because our costs keep on going up and down, and it's very volatile. I think especially given our exposure to fossil fuel, especially oil. Now with the onset of this Middle Eastern problem, the oil prices had gone up, and at the same time, actually we have been hit by three adverse events simultaneously. I think not many people are aware of that, and everybody is blaming NSO for not paying on time and delaying the payments and all kind of things. But we have oil prices going up, and now the diesel and furnace oil prices had gone up. At the same time, there are issues with the coal power plant. I don't want to elaborate on it. Everybody knows about it. So it is not providing the usual output that it is supposed to provide. And then the climate change and the El Nino. So due to that, demand had gone up. As you might know, this year, during the March and April, it hit 3,200 megawatts. And yesterday it was 3,442. 3,042, not 400, 3,042. So probably in August this year, it might reach 3,200 again. So we don't have that much of reserve margin left. I think yesterday, it was less than 90 megawatt, the reserve margin. So I think it's quite critical that we immediately and as soon as possible install battery energy storage systems to the system. I think we have identified that we need around 500 megawatts of BESS systems by probably February next year. So in that context, I think we have initiated several tenders. We have initiated this 160 megawatt tender, which has already been awarded, and it is now being installed. And then we have floated another tender for 250 megawatts. The closing date is August 14th, and that would probably be come on board after this crisis period. So it might not be of that much of help, I think, during this Q1 next year. And then we have also got the cabinet approval to tender another 150 megawatts for the ground-mounted solar projects. And we will be floating additional tenders, and I'm happy to see that PUCSL also came up with feed-in tariffs for BESS. So with all these efforts, I think we probably would be able to get the capacity that we require to meet the sort of crisis situation that we anticipate during the Q1 next year. And the tariff should be reward efficient, high-quality service delivery. The sector entities should have sufficient cash flows for reinvestment and reasonable return on investment. Now, that is very important. I think if you don't provide sufficient cash flows, what might happen is that these entities, the utilities, probably would not invest in their maintenance, and they may basically degrade their capacities through underinvestment. And that might have happened during CB time, when CB was incurring losses I understand, from 2014 to 2022 due to absence of tariff increases. I think the new act provides a legal obligation on PUCSL to ensure that the cash flows of these utilities are sufficient for them to earn a reasonable return on investment. And then the government has also announced the national tariff policy with, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, it was published in the Gazette. There are several aspects of this national tariff policy which are directly related to the operation of NSO. I would focus on those. And there are other aspects of the national tariff policy which are relevant for the distribution companies and the transmission company. I will not touch upon those, but I would focus on the aspects of the policy which are of direct relevance to NSO. The PPA to be entered with electricity generation company should ensure full transparency of fixed cost of generation and pass-through of energy. So that is basically the capacity cost of electricity generation Lanka Private Limited plants should be set on a transparent basis. And the fuel cost for the thermal power plant should be passed through and indexed to the fuel price. This is basically the principle used in IPPs as well. But this was not happening in the case of during the CB time, because there was no transparency on how the fixed costs are handled. And I don't think PUCSL had any visibility on that during that time. But now I think, let's say a coal power plant, if it needs to do a major overhaul, it has to do a tariff filing and get a rate approved, and then that would be reflected in the PPA as part of the capacity charge. So that has been explicitly mentioned in the new PPA. And the PPAs with thermal power plant also should ensure that transparency on fuel purchase cost and encourage the volatility and management of volatility in fuel prices. Basically, if there are issues with the fuel supply, at the moment it is passed down to the consumer through NSO. I think that should not be the case, and that has also been raised by PUCSL also many times, that these plants should have a fuel supply agreement, FSA, which I understand they are working on it. I mean, for instance, if the coal power plant could not provide the capacity that it is supposed to provide, due to whatever the reason could be a default by its fuel supplier. The burden should not be borne by NSO, the consumer. In fact, we have not considered the incremental cost due to the coal quality issues. It has not been included in our tariff cost submissions to PUCSL. It is to be recovered from the fuel supplier. We don't know what would be the legal mechanism of doing that, but for the time being, I want to make it a point that it has not been included in our cost submissions to PUCSL. And we have to procure all generation capacities strictly in accordance with the long-term power development plan. So if the capacity is not in the plan, we cannot procure or enter into a contract for such a capacity. That's quite clear. All power procurement, including RE plants less than 10 megawatts, should be done in a competitive manner. But the Act allows for capacities below 10 megawatt to be tendered, to be contracted using SPPA basis. But we should strive to initiate competitive mechanisms for even for such capacities. That is what the policy says, and that is what the government policy is. So and we need to look into the feed-in tariff in that context, how the feed-in tariff can fit into the government's approved stated policy. And the other thing is the technical audit has to be done to verify the technical parameters, including heat rates of thermal power plants. The heat rates of some of the thermal power plants has not been tested, and these are based on assumed values. And the policy requires us to test these heat rates and verify them, which we intend to do. I mentioned about the overhauls and capital expenditure that need to be filed and get approved by the PUCSL, and then it would be depreciated over a period of time, and it would be added to the capacity charge. When it comes to the SPP and prosumers, the capacity limit of 10 megawatt of non-competitive procurement for RE to be progressively reduced with technology-specific lower limits. This is in the policy as well as in the Act. So let's see what the government does on this. From our point of view, we would encourage this policy. The terms of agreement to be entered with solar rooftops and other mature RE technologies shall not exceed 12 years. So basically, all SPP agreements and all agreements with rooftops, according to the policy, should be less than 12 years. Now, again, I think we need to ensure how that can be implemented. Then NSO, in collaboration with distribution licensees, are required to implement a pilot competitive process for procuring small-scale distributed energy sources such as solar rooftops and BESS. So we are working on this. Basically, we can have an online system where we can have a kind of a portal where individual consumers, households can submit applications with a price quotation, not a feed-in tariff, with a price quotation about at what capacity, what price they would like to connect a solar system or a battery system. So we intend to implement this initiative as well. This is a policy recommendation which has been approved by the government. And then the all new prosumer connections and BESS should come under Net Plus. That means with 2 separate meetings for export and import energy. That is also a policy recommendation, which again I think we would encourage our distribution licensees to implement. And then the charging of distributed BESS, that means the small scale battery energy storage systems, should be from the associated solar rooftops. And the charging from the grid should be discouraged. Now this is until a TOU tariff structure aligned with the cost structure is applied. For instance, if you allow grid charging at this moment, what might happen is one can opt for the TOU tariff and charge your BESS during the off-peak time when the tariff is low. And as NSO, we would have to provide that energy burning a furnace oil. And then, which would have a cost of around 50 rupees. Because from a consumer point of view, you can charge your BESS during night off-peak time. That is the cheapest time for you to do it. On the other hand, that is not the cheapest time for us. We should encourage the grid charging during the daytime when the cost is low. But it doesn't happen unless the TOU tariffs are implemented in a proper manner. Then the policy says the extension of PPA has to be done on the basis that the lower cost arising from full recovery of capital cost during the original term of PPA should be passed down to the consumer. That means most of these PPAs, they have a capital cost recovery happening during the first probably 8 years or 10 years. By the time this PPA comes for extension, that is, let's say after 15 years or 20 years, there has to be a benefit of that capital cost recovery, and the PPA tariff should be reduced probably by around 2/3 of that, so that around 35% would be the maintenance and the return on equity requirement of the investor, because the debt service has already been recovered. So that is recommended in the policy.
Dr. Pradeep Virra, if you can speed it up a little bit. Thank you.
And the transmission tariff setting is also covered under the policy. I will not spend too much time on that. Basically, the transmission tariff paid by NSO to NTNSP and additional transmission licenses would be cost reflective. It should cover the maintenance cost, financing cost, depreciation, and the return on equity. The cost of transmission losses shall be borne by NSO, and it would be socialized. What is meant by that is that it would be added to the NSO's cost, because it's basically we are buying from generators and selling to the distribution companies, and this would be part of the BSTA cost, and it will be paid by everybody. And transmission tariff shall be adjusted to the availability of transmission network. So if the transmission network is not available or a line is out, there would be an impact on that on the revenues of the transmission service provider. I mean, once allowed, the open access charges shall be set at a level proportional to the use of transmission assets for that particular open access transaction. So that's something that need to be done. All transmission asset to be contracted by NSO to be done in a transparent manner. Basically, we have to operate the NS bulk supply account, as I mentioned, in a transparent manner. It should provide the forecast of BSTA transaction for the next quarter and project the expected surplus or deficit. And we have to also provide the actual surplus or deficit that has been incurred in the preceding quarter to the PUCSL on that N-2 basis, and then that can be included in the tariff calculation by PUCSL for the next quarter. And the regulator basically is required to set the BST tariff applicable to energy sales by NSO to DELs, taking into account the actual performance of the BST account in the preceding quarter, that is whether there is a loss or deficit in the preceding quarter, and the forecast for the next quarter. Any negative balance in the BST account to be financed through a standby credit facility to be arranged by NSO, and the interest cost of that shall be included in the allowed revenue of NSO. and the BSTA balance is to be allowed to fluctuate within a certain band without causing an automatic tariff adjustment. But if it exceeds that, then that should trigger an automatic tariff adjustment. Then there are several structural issues in tariff setting in Sri Lanka, which was observed by IMF in their recent visit. And I think we intend to address those in consultation and in collaboration with PUCSL. One is that the controllable cost, as I mentioned earlier, most of the fixed cost and capex are approved by the regulator. And uncontrollable cost, variable cost, that is basically the like fuel cost, is passed through. But the regulatory oversight on these controllable cost is quite weak due to the absence of power purchase agreements. Now I think that would be corrected with the signing of the PPAs. Then the relatively high controllable cost in PPA in thermal IPPs, because in thermal IPPs the controllable cost or the fixed cost is set at quite a high level, and there has not been any regulatory oversight on this up to now. So that's something I think the regulator can look into to reduce the total cost of generation by seeing whether there can be any cost savings that can be achieved in the controllable cost. There's no incentive for network cost efficiency improvement in the current regime. Something like RPI minus X kind of regulation hasn't been applied. That means if your cost is allowed to increase at a rate less than the retail inflation rate. So that means your cost has to increase at a rate less than inflation rate, means that need to be achieved through efficiency improvements. So that is something we hope that can be done in the future. Then the generation cost amount to around 80% of the total cost, and out of that, about half of that is the fuel cost. So in spite of that, in spite of the fact that about 50% of our energy coming from renewable energy. So there is a bit of an anomaly there, and with the increasing share of and penetration of renewable energy, hopefully that will get corrected. The clawback, I think, has to be applied only for uncontrollable cost. If the cost increase is due to a controllable cost, that should not be allowed to be passed through, or that should not be allowed to be clawed back. If the licensee is responsible for controlling that cost, and if there is an increase in that particular cost, that is licensee's fault. That should not be passed down to the consumer. And the BST account need to be strictly ring-fenced, that we intend to do. And then other issue is this time taken for BSTA tariff decision and tariff submission. That I think is not taking too long now, I think, because we are doing these tariff submissions, like for instance, the July quarter, we did the tariff submission in June, and PUCSL made the decision within few weeks, so that's not an issue anymore. But another issue is this UNT adjustment that is taking too long. That is something that I think we need to shorten. This is probably due to delays, due to the delays in data submission by licensees to PUCSL. Hopefully that will get corrected. And then I think we can, that would eliminate some of the liquidity issues that are faced by us, for instance. Because this UNT adjustment sometimes means a kind of a net cash flow from distribution licenses to NSO. If the decision is delayed, this money flow would get delayed, and that result in liquidity issues for us, I think, for NSO in managing the BST account. It also says that the RE fit design is flawed and encourage high energy consumption during nighttime peak. That is basically due to the fact that you are allowed to set off your nighttime consumption against the daytime generation. For instance, you can generate during daytime, feed into the grid, which is like energy banking, and draw it back during nighttime and consume the nighttime energy, which we have to generate using diesel. And there's a huge cost difference between these two. In most countries, this is not allowed. not most, I think in almost all the countries except in Sri Lanka. And the Sri Lanka's RE tariffs are higher than its regional peers. Let's say if you take the India or other countries in the region, our RE tariffs are substantially higher than what the tariffs in those countries. Although it is cheaper than, let's say, diesel cost, which is not the right benchmark for setting the RE price. RE price should be based strictly on its cost. I think that's something we hope would get corrected. The prosumer should be required to pay an adequate fixed charge. At the moment, you can basically have a zero bill without paying anything and using the network as a backup. And so if everybody does it, this system will collapse. But who is going to pay for maintaining the network? I mean, if everybody decide to basically come into a net zero position with respect to their energy bill, you can do it. You can put up your rooftop and you can set it off against your nighttime consumption and you don't pay anything. And who is going to pay for the maintenance of the transmission and distribution network and the capacity cost and the capacities that we have to maintain on standby? So, I mean, this is not sustainable. And the prosumer tariff should consider the avoided cost of generation at different time intervals and should adapt a TOU structure. That's, I think, IMF recommendation, I think, which I think we also agree. I think that's basically my presentation. I think I posed some questions. I think hopefully they will get addressed. I'll stop at this.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Pereira, for the elaborate presentation and a lot of new knowledge I gained from your presentation. And without taking much time, let me invite Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka to do the final presentation for today. Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka is a professor in electrical and electronic engineering and the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya. He has been the former head of Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya. He is currently a commission member of the PUCSL and a member of the Engineering Council of Sri Lanka. He obtained his BSc Engineering with first class honours from the University of Peradeniya. Subsequently received a Swedish government scholarship to pursue higher education at the Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, where he obtained a technical licentiate and a PhD degrees in electrical systems engineering. He joined the University of Peradeniya in 2006 and served the national service as a senior scientist at the Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnology from 2009 to 2012, and a research fellow in Cranfield University, United Kingdom from 2014 to 2016. He has been the director of the National Engineering Design Center of the Faculty of Engineering from 2016 to 2018. In 2019, he became a professor in electrical and electronics engineering. His areas of research have been distributed control systems applications in robotics and automation, smart nanoscale systems, electric vehicle powertrains, resource optimization and control of smart energy systems, and recently in smart and precision agriculture. He also contributes to the electric power sector projects both in academia and at national level. He is a senior member of the Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineer, USA, member of Engineering Council of Sri Lanka, and a consultant to the Asian Development Bank in the energy sector. Over to you, Professor Samaranayaka.
Thank you very much for the very lengthy introduction. This is the result of extracting material from the internet. Right. Yeah. Good afternoon, members of the table, chairman, and my colleagues from various institutions and also in the power sector, and my former students who are at the back, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to talk about Sri Lanka's power sector, the international perspective and the way forward.
I think the previous speakers have set the tone appropriate for me to proceed fast in the first few slides because they basically elaborated the post-reform scenario quite accurately. Now, one thing that we keep, one thing that we are facing as citizens of this country or anybody living in this world is that the developed nations have already polluted the environment, and everybody is talking about the climate change and what we are facing. So the decarbonization of electricity generation is central to national climate commitments and international agreements. So we have to, I mean, whatever we do, we have to have initiatives in the decarbonization. But as a developing nation, we are lucky in one hand because the technological innovations which have taken place over the past few decades have rapidly reduced the costs of these renewable sources, for example, the solar, wind, batteries, and also predominantly influenced by the AI technologies, which enabled most of the renewables to operate quite accurately because of the prediction models that we have have in place. And without this, we won't be economically competitive, because reliable, affordable electricity is now a prerequisite in order to attract investments in the sectors that are essential for the lives of the people. That is food and agriculture, advanced manufacturing, and everything and anything in the among the things that we have to live with. And one of the big markets, energy markets in the future, is going to be the processing and storing of data in the AI clouds, which has not emerged much in Sri Lanka yet. But if you go to the neighboring India, that's the biggest market, as the Indian network operator stipulated. Globally, we are into four Ds in the global energy transition. That is decentralization, where we have the generation happening in the rooftops and various other distributed locations, and then democratization, where the consumers have become prosumers, and then the decarbonization, as I have already mentioned, and the digitization of the grid. And the electricity sector, therefore, is transitioning from fuel-based industry to a technology-driven ecosystem. And the countries that embrace these four trends are the best positioned to achieve energy security, industrial competitiveness, and the climate goals. So in this environment, we as Sri Lankans have to position our country post reforms in the energy sector. And I mean, at least as an individual, I have, since my graduation, I have lived over 25 years. And I would like to set the vision for the next 25 years. So by 2050, the renewable energy is expected to become the dominant global generation source. And this is going to be a historic shift from fossil fuel dependence. So we have to see how Sri Lanka should set its goals, not for today, but for 2050. I mean, just a quick recap. Now, our networks have been developed over the 7 decades, which transformed from the distributed municipal supplies to a nationally interconnected grid, serving virtually the entire population in the country. And today, we are facing a new phase. That is, the challenges are the affordability, sustainability, resilience, and financial viability. Financial viability is the most important out of this. In the history, starting from 1900, where early electrification via small diesel and limited hydro was started, we went to the 1950 to 1995 era, where large hydropowers were added predominantly by the Ceylon Electricity Board, and then 1995 to 2010, we have the thermal diversification, and 2010 to 2025, the renewable surge and we are at 2025 plus, so the digital transformation is taking place, and we would like our grid to be a smart grid with storage, battery, plus other technologies are there, and AI should be playing a pivotal role in this one, which will lead to the carbon neutrality. So thinking about the structure, we have the generic structure in our system as well, where we have the generation, transmission, distribution, and also the regulator. And as I mentioned, this is the generation mix over 45 years hydropower dominance up until 1995, because by 1995 we were 100% green. And then came the oil addition from 1995 to 2010. Beyond 2010, the coal addition and plus the renewables. And by 2040, we should be going towards renewable plus the respective storage. And the technologies for renewables, we already know the solar and wind, and and also hydro, especially the pumped hydro storage arrangements, and which will optimize our reservoirs, the usage of reservoirs, and little amount of biomass from the agriculture and industrial residues. Now, in taking this forward, the key challenges that we would face is financial sustainability. That is, we all have experienced the fuel volatility and tariff delays and exchange rates, etc. And then grid flexibility. We need the battery storage quite heavily, and then demand response and fast frequency response. We have faced several blackouts in the recent past, and luckily not this year. And then transmission constraints, we have renewable rich regions need to have strengthened grid, because those who are working in the sector know that the grid is not developed enough for us to absorb all the available renewables. So it's a must that we develop the grid. And also we have the big challenge of dependence on the imported fuel. So these are the challenges, and on the other end, we have the opportunities as well. So we have excellent renewable resources, being a tropical country, and also over the years we have been investing on the education, so we have a strong engineering workforce to work with. And right now there's a huge brain drain, so it is our responsibility partly to find solutions to that as well, by making this sector attractive. And then potential, we have the potential of interconnecting with the Indian system, which will help us, as I believe, in restoring the stability in the presence of large quantities of renewables, if we don't have enough storage. And then offshore wind, and also the reforms that are taking place. So Sri Lanka's future success depends on how effectively institutional reforms, infrastructure investment, and technology innovation are implemented. So it is all up to us how we do. So in doing so, I would like to take two examples from two prominent cases in the power sector, not necessarily the neighbors. One is the Nigeria, where we can learn a few lessons. Why I selected Nigeria is their network is comparable electricity system, where we are near universal access, and they are 2/3, and they have vast amount of natural gas reserves and hydropower potential. Now that, despite all sources, the sector performance has faced a lot of challenges due to bad governance, planning, and institutional effectiveness. So this is a good example. Just for the sake of transforming or reforming the sector, it's not going to help you. Now, some of the key wrongdoings that they did, they had the system state monopoly, and then introduced the power sector reforms, and then came the utility unbundling and the private sector participation, same conventional steps. However, despite the reforms, critical structural weaknesses were there. There had been a generation gap, because they identified the installed capacity as a parameter. However, the available capacity is what matters, and that applies to Sri Lanka as well. And then the transmission bottlenecks. When they did this transformation, the transmission network was not ready, same as Sri Lanka. And then distribution losses. Luckily, in Sri Lanka, it is below 10%, and this has been higher there, and also financial imbalances. So learning lessons from them, we have to focus on the available capacity, which is very important, and then strengthen the transmission network simultaneously and maintain financial sustainability. That will, and together with that, we need the governance, that is policy continuity without changing rapidly. We have to have the policies and transparent governance, which will ensure the trustworthiness among the investors, and then embrace decentralized solutions such as the mini grids and distributed generation to ensure the resilience in the network. So for this, quite substantial investment is needed, especially in the smart grids, because what I see as of today is everybody is concerned about the generation, the transmission, but how about the monitoring and control in the distribution side? DMS, demand side management, could be one thing, but that happens beyond the meter. But before that, we have to have some arrangements. Some little projects are going on, but I don't think that is sufficient at the grid scale. And then, therefore, Sri Lanka's strong institutional foundations position it to act proactively, avoiding the structural difficulties that Nigeria experienced. And the next example that I'm going to take is, again, I think connected to one of the resource persons here, that is Vietnam. Basically, this is a model for electricity sector transformation, which where the Vietnam started with the electricity deficient status some years ago, and it became the Asia's fastest growing power systems. It deliberately positioned electricity as a strategic enabler and of national development, not as a reactive response, but a proactive response. For Sri Lanka also, with comparable scale, but its population 10 times here, strong engineering institutions and abundant renewables, Vietnam's experience of a proven blueprint for us. And how they did was basically the first phase is state-led expansion with integrated long-term planning. So that is where most of the transmission investments also came, and then independent power producers and private investments and competitive generation market and wholesale electricity and the progressive retailing. So Vietnam aligned the electricity planning with industrial policy, expanded transmission ahead of demand. So that is very important. And then implemented the phased market reforms, becoming Southeast Asia's largest solar producer within years. So this could be taken as an example, not 100%, but we are relevant. So in short, these are the main pillars of success: long-term planning, transmission first kind of approach, and then phased market reform and renewable energy revolution. And finally, which is most important, is the human capital and digitalization. This heavy investment in engineering education, smart grids, AI, and cybersecurity built a workforce for modern infrastructure. That's a must, because then that will attract the Gen Z to retain in the sector. So this is a short comparison of the three systems. And as Sri Lankans, electrification near universal grid reliability generally good compared to at least Nigeria, and reform approach is emerging. And key strength is the renewable potential, and the prime risk is the financial sustainability. So we have to concentrate on this financial sustainability. And Sri Lanka occupies a favorable position, and the challenge is to modernize an existing strong system which has been developed over 7 decades. And in order to do this, I propose 5 strategic priorities. Anticipate the demand accurately, because the demand right now is maybe the domestic customers, but in the future it could be the data processing. And then coordinate the renewables with transmission and the storage, and ensure the grid flexibility. and reform gradually, systematically, as mentioned by the NSO, and invest in engineering, and which is, I believe, is vital, and integrate energy with economic policy. That is one thing which I see is lacking, because many of the development policies come up, but they think about the electricity at the time of implementation. Even the current project, I can give you examples in the current scenario. So the vision for 2050 is powering a resilient, prosperous nation to establish Sri Lanka as a regional leader in sustainable electricity, a reliable, affordable, intelligent, and carbon neutral power system driving economic prosperity and energy security for all citizens. So in that, we have to have energy security, industrial competitiveness, which will attract investors into other industries, and then climate resilience and regional leadership in terms of energy. And then in order to do that, we will have 10 strategic pillars, starting with the renewable energy, transmission modernization, as I have been stressing over and over again. And then renewables can't stand on its own if we don't have energy storage. Then these three essentially needs the smart grids and AI and data analytics. And then electricity market reforms, financial sustainability, electrification of economy, and research and innovation there, where we need national centers for smart grid, AI, batteries, offshore and onshore, wind and hydrogen. Just policy level documents will not be sufficient. We have to put things into action. And Sri Lanka's electricity sector strategic roadmap towards 2050 is we are heading, what I propose is Vision 2050 to establish Sri Lanka as a regional leader in sustainable electricity, ensuring reliable, affordable, intelligent, resilient, and carbon neutral system. To do that, what I propose is a strategic roadmap consisting of short-term, medium-term, and long-term phases, and the and each phase builds on the last, ensuring system reliability throughout the transition. And this implementation requires coordinated action across government, regulators, utilities, universities, industry, and the development partners, with measurable KPIs in place. And to realize, I make some recommendations on the renewables and grid modernization. Firstly, we have to accept that National Electricity Vision 2050 and then integrate resource planning and accelerate the renewable energy and invest in grid modernization, most of the aspects I have mentioned. And then National Energy Storage Program, coordinate the deployment of utility scale batteries and also pumped storage where all the feasibilities have been already done. And then community storage, long duration technologies, and hydrogen pilots, for example, all sorts of storage, not limiting to batteries only. And also national smart grid initiatives, where comprehensive programs covering advanced metering, digital substations, demand response, EV integration, because transportation is another aspect that we don't really focus on. I see the transportation requirement of the public should be an income to the government or whoever the investor. And then AI in power systems, established national centers for AI in energy systems, especially because this is a vast area where you need a lot of R&D happening. And then priority applications in renewable forecasting and predictive maintenance. These things are out there in the rest of the world, and it is high time that we also start embarking on them. And then markets, finance, and industry policies. We need reform electricity markets and ensure financial sustainability and integrate the energy with industry policy. And the last two is strengthen the research and human capital, establishing national centers for smart grids, battery technologies, renewable integration, AI, power electronics, and so on. and promote regional cooperation. This is very important, I think. Explore India-Sri Lanka grid interconnection or cross-border trading, regional reserve sharing, and so on and so forth. With that, I hope that we will be able to materialize the vision proposed for 2050. Though we are here today and we are faced with a lot of issues, I think we have to think ahead and look at, set the target in 2050, so at least we will reach there partially. And the successful implementation requires coordinated action across all stakeholders, the government, where long-term policy investment facilitation and legislation is the responsibility, and the regulator, transparency and consumer protection and competition has to be assured, and then the utilities should look after the infrastructure modernization and the digital adoption, and the universities and the industries are responsible for the research, innovation, workforce development, and development partners, they also have the responsibility of technical assistance, climate finance, and technology transfer. So if implemented with consistency and political commitment, Sri Lanka can emerge as a regional model for sustainable electricity development, powering a resilient, innovative, and prosperous nation. So that's the vision towards 2050. And I hope this the audience in this forum will contribute towards that vision at various capacities in their sittings. With that, I shall conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Samarnayaka, for saving us nearly 4 minutes. And that leaves us a lot of room for discussion. So I'm going to conduct this session in this fashion. I will, just to get the ball rolling, I will pose a couple of questions to my panel members, and then we can have questions from the audience. So please keep your questions very precise and condensed, so we can have more time for more questions. So my first question to Mrs. Madhavi Kudaligama. Cost reflectivity slides show that the true LV fixed charge would be around 1,494 per month per customer. However, around 23% of the customers are currently paying around 80 rupees. This is 1/4 of the total consumers. For LV and ME bulk customers, no one pays the true fixed charge. If Sri Lanka moved to genuinely cost reflective fixed charges, who absorbs these costs?
Actually, most of the cost is absorbed by only few categories. Mainly the customers who are staying in the block of consumption of over 180. Those people, they absorb most of the cost. Plus, the consumers who are billed with the general purpose tariff, they also absorb most of the cost of the others. Other than that, most of the consumers in other tariff categories, they are paying less than their true cost. So out of all, if you consider the total customer base, through the fixed charge, only the 38% of the cost is recovered. Rest of the cost is recovered through the energy charge. So there's a complete imbalance. At least 50-50, it has to be the share between the fixed charge and the energy charge, if you compare the other countries like USA and many other countries.
Thank you, madam. And my next question goes to Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana. There are several open questions in the presentation. The allowed return, accelerated depreciation, work of progress, a simplified term of use bulk supply tariff, and open access charges. Which one of these does PUCSL consider most urgent to settle?
I think the return is a main issue. So now the tariff policy says 2% return for CB transferred assets, which will not be conducive for investments by those licensees. So we are concerned about that. Actually, I am very concerned. But of course, that policy allows for a revision of that as well. But then with that margin, I don't think the lenders will lend when you have a profit margin of 2%. So anyone with some sense of finance will know that it's not going to work. Thank you.
Okay. So the next question goes to Dr. Pradeep Pereira. You said that the renewable feed-in tariff design is flawed and encourages high consumption during the nighttime peak. And if so, why are we continuing with the feed-in tariffs without completely handing over things to market operations by way of competitive bidding and settle it at that time?
What I said is, it's not actually my view. Actually, what I said was what were the IMF observations regarding that feed-in tariff design being flawed. But I think the issue is that it's not the feed-in tariff that is flawed. I think it is the way it is applied, because we don't have this time of use or time of generation concept built into the feed-in tariff. So for instance, the way that we are allowing people to set off their nighttime consumption against the daytime generation is flawed. And that's the issue, because as I was telling in my presentation, the nighttime, the electricity has the cost of electricity depend on the time. So daytime cost is not same as the nighttime cost. So if you are setting off this generation during daytime against nighttime, it has a different cost attribute. So you are not setting off like versus like. So I think that need to be recognized, because otherwise I think, because these are all okay when the rooftop generation is not significant. Now I think it provides around 20-25% of our generation. So you can't keep on having these kind of situations or issues when it is a substantial source of generation. If it is a marginal, no one would bother. I think at the beginning it's okay, but now I think it's the high time to correct it, because it has been corrected for the larger consumers, the bulk consumers, but for retail consumers it hasn't been corrected, and that encourages inefficient use of energy, because you are not exposed to the true cost of electricity. That's the problem, because you don't see the cost. And you think that it doesn't cost, but it costs a lot, and who is paying for that? It's NSO is not paying for it. It is being paid by the people who don't have the rooftops. And all of them are paying. The
whole country pays for it.
Yeah, whole country pays for it. So this is something I think, I hope UCSL will take action to correct. What's the other part of your question? Sorry.
So why are we continuing with the feed-in tariffs if without allowing the market to take?
I mean, I think you should pose that question to UCSL, not to me.
Okay, we'll have. No, I will skip that question and turn to Professor Lilatha Samaranayaka. It was highlighted about, you highlighted about the grid modernization, the requirement. So we can have two approaches. One, to make a heavy investment as a national development strategy without short-term or medium-term cost recovery in our agenda. Also, we can very diligently manage our costs and do cost recovery. Yeah, these two approaches are entirely two different things. What do you think will help Sri Lanka most in our journey towards carbon neutrality in 2050?
Yeah, good question and difficult to answer. It depends on the readiness of the investors. I mean, who is going to make the investment, and the quantity. So case by case decision will have to be taken, I think.
Just I was drawing a parallel between, say, a good highway network connecting the entire 9 provinces together. The government makes that kind of investments in anticipation of economic development. Similarly, isn't it the duty of the government to make a substantial investment in the grid modernization, anticipating a lot of things to happen thereafter?
Yeah, that is one way of looking at it. Or else, now we have different structure. So now we can't go back to it, and now this may be true under CEB one organization, but now we have different organizations responsible for different parts. So, however, what is essential is to absorb the available renewable sources as much as possible. Right now, it is not happening because if you take the month of April, there are a lot of curtailments and the investors run into issues. So, who has to make that investment? One has to decide. However, what I emphasize is this investment must come now under the prevailing structure.
Thank you, Professor. And are we I can open the floor for questions. Can we have a microphone somewhere here? Mr. Atula Vannarachi.
Thank you, Chair. While thanking Madhavi for a very eye-opening presentation, and also we got to learn from Professor Lilantha that at least we are ahead of one country. Thank you for enlightening us. And my two questions, if I allowed. The first question I'm going to ask from Dr. Pradeep. Now, as far as I know, before the companies are formed in 2024, as I assume, a generation plan was sent to PUCS and it was approved. And I assume, I can't remember the exact combination, but I'm sure some sort of BESS plus LNG was there. And now recently I came to know that it seems that LNG is not going to be implemented. It seems, I don't know exactly, but we are going to have a lot of BESS in about a huge amount, like 700 megawatt. But at the same time, we see that the generation plan is not yet ready. Not the new term is generation, the power generation plan is not yet ready. Then how come we say that we are going to have 700 or 800 megawatt of BESS without having a proper approved plan? It has to be approved by PUC still. And also, we would, as customers, we would like to see the studies done by NSO and other approving authorities, studies and how we take the decision. Because as a layman, I see if you are introducing BESS, it is okay. We need some BESS, that I accept, but there should be a proper study done on the power system stability and all that. There may be other requirement. There will be a lot of cost requirement for that. I mean, stability and inertia and all that. So overall power system plan should be approved before we deciding on this huge amount, investing billions of rupees for BESS. That is question from Dr. Pradeep. And other question from Mr. Kanchana, just to learn, I mean, as per the present tariff approving methodology, we know we have, say, 5 licensees, and they produce you some figures in the sense of approved costing and all that. And I know you as PUCSL, you scrutinize all the expenses and all that, and ultimately come up with some tariff. I have some issues on that, but my basic question is, in future, I assume within, say, 2 to 10 years' time, these distribution companies will be private. I mean, majority shares will be owned by private companies. And at the moment, all distribution companies are owned by, although those are companies owned by government entities, and we have to obey by this national procurement rules and all that. All the procurements are, and customers are ensured that all the procurements are done under competitive bidding and auditing and all that are happening. But for example, take one distribution company take over by, say, Indian company, and they have their own budgets and budgeting and all that, and they, whatever they produce the budgeting and all that, you have some limited capacity to see that. And how do you avoid that they earn some unwanted profit as a private company through this system? I think there will be some other mechanism happening in other countries. I would like to know. I think you got my basic question. As a government company, you don't have to worry. PUCSL don't have to worry. You can scrutinize. You always cut down on unnecessary cost and all that. That is happening. It is good. But with a private company, you get additional dimension. You have to, as a PUCSL regulator, you have to assure that they do right investment at right cost. How to ensure that in future? Thank you.
So I'll try to respond to the question that was asked from me. Yeah, basically, the least cost generation expansion plan prepared by CEB, applicable from 2025 to 2044, that is the latest that was approved, had a certain capacity for BESS and solar. And I can't remember the number exactly, but that has now been exceeded, both for solar and BESS. And then I understand CEB has got the approval to add additional 400 megawatt of BESS and created some additional space for BESS before the appointed date of the new act and before we took it over. So under that approval, CEB had initiated this tender for 160 megawatt, which has been awarded, and which is now under commissioning. And then this 250 megawatt of BESS tender was also initiated by CEB, which got the cabinet approval after the appointed date. And another 150 megawatt, now we got the approval to tender from the existing ground-mounted solar. So that's the 400 that was approved by PUCSL. No, after the approved plan, I think we were not the ones who initiated that, but CEB had initiated, then got it approved by PUCSL. Maybe Mr. Kanchana can verify that.
There were two. One, they got approval to advance certain procurements, the batteries, and then we did some evaluation considering because the demand has increased more than what they have forecasted. And so those things were considered when we granted that approval to advance certain procurements, I think the batteries.
Yeah, so basically that was done. And then, so the demand has increased, and as far as the LNG question is concerned, it remains a candidate technology to be evaluated as part of the new long-term power development plan that we are preparing. It has not been taken out, but it needs to be justified in the evolving context. Yeah, yeah. So basically, so it would be considered as a candidate technology with other candidate technologies, and we have to see whether investment in LNG terminal can be justified given the likely dispatch of power plants that can use this LNG. Because with the addition of renewables and with the BESS, the plant factor of these combined cycle plant are going to be quite low. So whether you can justify a huge investment in LNG terminal and whether we can provide the minimum sort of throughput to LNG if these plants are not going to get dispatched. So that would come out of the plan. So we don't know the answer. Yeah, no, it will be. Yeah, so basically, as part of the long-term power system development plan exercise, as you know, we prepare the plan, we do a simulation, and we do an optimization. and then we come up with various scenarios. And if LNG get picked as into the base case, and if it is the most economical solution, it would be in the base case and it would be submitted to PUCSL. Under the new Act, PUCSL would review and provide comments, and the approval comes from the cabinet. So it would be considered, but I don't know whether it would be in the base case given the evolving situation. That's remain to be seen. Now, regarding your other question is, I suppose, is the new capacities that we have initiated or we are planning to initiate. So the issue is that the new plan will get approved probably in March next year. And if we wait until then to initiate new procurement activities or to new, I mean, we can't even add a solar rooftop under the previous act, under the previous plan, because the capacity is allocated in the 2025 plan for rooftop has been exceeded. So now that is one reason that we are not signing SPPS. That is not the one reason. That is the only reason that we are not signing what you call standard power purchase agreements with solar projects, which has received the energy permits and the grid concurrence. We cannot sign because the capacity allocation is not there in the approved plan. So let me. Sorry. So now we are going to face the energy crisis during the Q1 next year. So if we wait until the plan is approved, we cannot do anything. So that is why we have initiated the update of a new kind of an interim update to the approved plan until the new plan is prepared. And submitted it to PUCSL for review, and now we got some comments from PUCSL. We are revising it, and in that updated plan, we have identified additional capacity for solar and BESS. Now, that is what once it is approved, we will initiate those tenders. Now, as far as the thermal plants are concerned, there is a thermal plant that was approved and signed under the previous plan. It is now under commissioning, so it will come on board as planned and as scheduled, but the new plan will take 7 to 9 months to get approved. Until then, we have to do something. We just can't be doing nothing.
This is the final. Okay, over to
consider, but I mean, this BESS has a lifetime more than 3 to 4 years. So if you sign a 3 to 4 year contract, we would end up paying a higher cost because they would try to recover their capital cost during that period.
Okay, over to Mr. Sirivardhana.
One thing is that, even government procurement is not foolproof. We have seen the whole contract. So yeah, you are correct in the sense it will, if it goes to a private party, then we have to be more careful with the costing. What we normally do is we look at benchmarks before we approve costs. So that we do. Also, now we have issued the regulatory accounting guidelines, and we are also looking at cost accounting guidelines as well, so that those things are as per the standards when they submit. That is one thing. Also, we are also thinking of some audits from our side as well, before and after tariff filings.
which is practiced somewhere in other countries as well. So that is one way we try to ensure that the costs are reasonable, when they pass to customers.
Okay, any more questions?
So I wish to thank for this distinguished panel and also the CIMA. So my first question is there any focus to develop behind the meter system? Because we know the solar rooftops are now failing because of the ROI. Is government have any policy or green loan, no any assistance to the domestic sector, that is household sector? That's my first question. And next one is there any future plan for shifting DC microgrids?
Who will have an answer? I think probably Dr. Pradeep Pereira.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think behind the meter resources are basically solar rooftops and residential level or small scale BESS. So those are the viable behind the meter technologies that are available. And I think we have been encouraging solar rooftops over a period of time. I mean, government has provided, now PUCSL is continuing to provide fairly attractive feed-in tariff for rooftops. And I think that is there and that has been there. So what is new, I think, is the BESS, I think. So even that, I think now PUCSL came up with the feed-in tariff structure for small-scale BESS. So hopefully that would encourage people to invest in BESS at the residential scale. And then there's a bit of a tax issue, I think, when it comes to the small-scale BESS. So they are being taxed around 46-47%, whereas the larger BESS are not taxed because they are eligible for what is called the bonded warehouse facility. So they are exempted from tax. So we have made representations to the government to provide a tax waiver or a tax exemption for the small scale BESS so that everybody would be on a level playing field. So that's one thing. Other thing is this behind the meter resources, if we are to integrate them at a larger scale, they need to come in a manner that can be beneficial and grid friendly. So if everybody start having their own behind the meter resources and start operating them as they wish, that is what is happening today. So you generate during daytime, you set it off again, as I was telling earlier, and that is not grid friendly because that sort of put a lot of burden on the grid and the power system, because your daytime demand drops below our minimum requirement to maintain the system stability, and we don't have the inertia. Then we are forced to do curtailment, and then nighttime you draw down as much as possible from the grid. Then we need to burn diesel to provide that demand. That's not the way a properly designed behind the meter system should work. So we have to have some kind of control mechanism, which can either be done through control signals or through price signals, what is called a demand response kind of a system. So that can be done through an aggregator model. So where we can have aggregators who would act as an interface between the prosumers at small scale and the system operators. So we need to evolve and we need to develop this kind of systems as we go forward. So that's probably my answer to your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Pereira.
DC microgrid in future, any Professor?
DC microgrid.
Yeah. I think these things are happening at the research scale in Sri Lanka, but not at grid scale. Yeah, this will be a solution during the maintenance time, and as well as for islanded cases where the bringing the transmission line is very costly. That can be a solution, but I don't think such places exist in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Even though I am an electrical engineer, I am asking this question as a consumer. So can I ask it in Sinhala because I need to explain it as I wanted?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. So අතරම මේ පටන් ගන්න ඕනේ මේක මේ මිස්අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරන්න එපා මම මේ සෝලර් වලට අගේන්ස් කියන දෙයක් කියලා. මගේ පර්සනල් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. මොකද මම කන්සියුමර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මුලින් ඉදී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ගෙදර යුනිට් 60 70 විතර රේන්ජ් එකක. නමුත් ගෙදර AC එකක් හයි කරපස්සේ මම එක මාසෙක 340 විතර රේන්ජ් එකට ගිහිල්ලා මට බිල 20000ක් විතර ගාණක් ආවා. එතකොට දැන් ওই සෝලා ගැන කතා කරනකොට ඇත්තට මම මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ අහන්න මාව මොටිවේට් උනේ මේ ડોક્ટર ප්‍රදීප් පෙරේරාගේ එක්ස්ප්ලනේෂන් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ සෝලා ගත්තාම සෝලා ජෙනරේට් කරන්නේ ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ. ඒතර ඒගොල්ලෝ ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ ජෙනරේට් කරලා ලොකු ගාණක් account කර ගන්නවා. ඒතර ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒක රැයට යූස් කරනවා. දැන් මොකද ලංකාවේ මට තේරෙන්නේ ඉතින් මොකද මම ඉලෙක්ට්‍රිකල් ඉංජිනේර් කෙනෙක් විදියට ඉන්න හින්දා කන්සියුමර් පැත්තෙනුත් මට දෙකම ඉන්න හින්දා මම කියන්නේ. ඒතර දැන් ඒගොල්ලෝ දවල්ට සෝලා හදනවා. ඒකේ දැන් අපේ පීක් ඕෆ් පීක් ඩේ කියන තුනේ ඇත්තටම කොස්ට් එක වෙනස්නේ ජෙනරේෂන් කොස්ට් එක. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ හදනවා ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ හදලා නයිට් ටයිම් එකේ යූස් කරනවා. එතකොට ඒක තමයි ලෙවල් වෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ හදන එකක් රැට යූස් කරනවා. දැන් සතියර කලින් නරෙන්ස ISL එකේදී කිව්වා ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා කියලා එහෙම account වෙලා. ඒ කියන්නේ අර ඩේ ටයිම් එක යූස් කරලා ඒක මේ එහෙම එකතු වෙලා ඒක account කරගන්න බැරි ප්‍රමාණයක් එහෙම එකතු වෙච්ච දේවලුත් තියෙනවා කියලා. accounts වල. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ අර net metering වල යූස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙම එකතු වෙච්ච ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. ඒකත් accounting පැත්තට ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඒ කියන්නේ generation එකක් තියෙනවා යූස් වෙලා නැහැ. ඒක කොහොමද balance කරගන්නේ කියලා. ඒත් මට තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ දැන් ওই එක බැලන්ස් කරන්නේ මෙතන ඩේ ටයිම් එකේ ජෙනරේෂන් කොස්ට් එක සහ නයිට් ටයිම් එකේ එකත් එක්ක. දැන් මට තියෙන පර්සනල් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තමයි මම ගෙදර AC එකක් හයි කරා මගේ දරුවගේ අවශ්‍යතාවය සඳහා. ඒතර මම ඒක යූස් කරන්නේ රෑ 11 වගේ ඉඳන් උදේ 5 විතර වෙනකම්. හැබැයි මගේ බිල ඒකට ලොකු ගාණකින් වැඩි වෙනවා. කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් දැන් මම ඇත්තටම AC එක ඕෆ් කරගෙන දුවන්නේ. දැන් මේ මාසේ බිල රුපියල් 5000යි. AC ටික ෆුල් ටයිම් දුවුවත් බිල රුපියල් 23000ක් විතර. ඒතර මම ඇත්තටම ගෙවන්නේ ඇත්ත කොස්ට් එකද මම AC එක ඔන් කරන්නේ රෑ 10 ඉඳලා උදේ 5 වෙනකන් යන්නේ අඩු කොස්ට් එක. මොකද මම AC එක ඔන් කරොත් ඇත්තටම නොරෙච් වලේ ඩීරේට් කරන එක නතර වෙනවා වගේ. මම කියන්නේ හැමෝම එහෙම කරොත්. හැබැයි ඇත්තටම මම ගෙවන්නේ යුනිට් එක රුපියල් 120 විතර ලොකු රේන්ජ් එකේ. මගේ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඕපන්. මම හිතන්නේ PUCSL පැත්තට තමයි ඒක මේක. තව ඕකේ තව ප්‍රශ්නකුත් වෙනවා. මම PUCSL එකටත් පර්සනලි වෙන වෙලාවකදී කතා කරපු දෙයක්. ඕකේ අනිත් ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි මම හිටියනම් අපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකක මම ගෙදර ඉන්නේ නැතුව මම අපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකේ හිටියනම් මම ගෙවන්නේ ජෙනරල් පර්පස් ටැරිෆ් එකේ. එතකොට ඒ මගේ යුනිට් 360ට ගෙවන්න වෙන බිලක්. ඒකත් එතන වෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. ඔක ඕපන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් හැමෝටම උත්තර දෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔයාලට සෝලා තියෙනවා කිව්වද?
මට ගෙදර සෝලා නැහැ.
මගේ පැත්තෙන් උත්තර දෙනවා නම් මම ওই ප්‍රශ්නේ උත්තරේ දුන්නා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම කොස්ට් එකේ ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. කොස්ට් එක දැන් ගත්තොත් රෑ 10න් පස්සේ ඩීසල් වැඩි පාවිච්චි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට පාවිච්චි වෙන්නේ ෆර්නස් ඔයිල්. එතකොට රෑ 10න් පස්සේ සෝලා පාවිච්චි කරනවා. කියන්නේ AC එක පාවිච්චි කරනවා නම් ඒකේ කොස්ට් එක සෙට් වෙන්නේ ෆර්නස් ඔයිල් වලින් තමයි එනර්ජි අපි දෙන්නේ. දැන් සමහර වෙලාවට ඩීසල් වලින් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. එතකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපිට ඩීසල් වලින් එනවා රුපියල් 80ක් විතර වෙනවා. සෝලා වලින් එන ෆර්නස් ඔයිල් වල එනවා රුපියල් 50ක් විතර වෙනවා. එතකොට දැන් ඔයා අපිට නයිට් දවල්ට මේ එනර්ජි දෙන්නේ. දවල්ට දෙන ඒ එනර්ජි වලින් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඒකෙන් වෙන්නේ කෝල් ප්ලාන්ට් එක මේ ඩීලෝඩ් වෙන එක. එතකොට අපිට සේව් වෙන්නේ කෝල් එනර්ජි. කෝල් වල එන කොස්ට් එක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් රුපියල් 20ක් විතර. එතකොට අපිට දෙන එනර්ජි වල ට්‍රූ වැලියු එක අපිට රුපියල් 20ක් විතර. එතකොට අපි ඔයාට දෙන එනර්ජි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අයිද රුපියල් 80ක් එහෙම නැත්නම් රුපියල් 50ක්. එතකොට ඔයාව සබ්සිඩයිස් වෙනවා මේ රටේ ඉන්න අනිත් පාරිභෝගිකයන්ගේ. ඒක කෙනෙකුට දෙන්නෙකුට කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඕක ලාර්ජ් ස්කේල් කරන්න ගියාම එතන ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා.
ප්‍රශ්න කීපයක් තිබුණා. දැන් ඇපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකේ ඉන්නවද වෙනම ගේක ඉන්නවද කියන එක choice එකක්. ඇපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකට ගියාම එතකොට අපිට බල්ක් සප්ලයි එකක් හම්බෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ ටැරිෆ් එක යූස් කරන්න වෙනවා. දැන් මේ සෝලා රූෆ්ටොප් කොස්ලි දවල්ට විතරයි ජෙනරේෂන් කියලා කියනවා. ඉතින් දැන් ඒ ටික තිබුණ නැත්නම් මේ වෙලාවේ අපිට පවර් කට්ස් තියෙනවා. ප්‍රයිස් එක රුපියල් 50ට විතර ගිහිල්ලා තියෙයි. so that ඒකත් අපි හැමෝම මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. ඒක so දැන් ඒක ජම් ලෙවල් එකකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. දැන් අපිට නිමාඩු දවස්වල කර්ටල් ගන්න වෙලා තියෙනවා. සිස්ටම් එක ඒකට ගිය වෙන්න ඩෙවලොප් වෙලා නැහැ අපේ ස්ටෝරේජ්. එතකොට ඒ පැත්තෙන් ප්‍රමාදය. ඉතින් ඒ ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි තියෙන්නේ මට වෙන උත්තරයක් කියන්නේ. දැන් හරි හවසට කොස්ට් එක ඉතින් තියෙන්නේ ඔයිල් ජෙනරේෂන් ඒක යූස් කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ සිස්ටම් එකේ අපේ තියෙන යුනික් ෆීචර්ස් නේ. නමුත් මම හිතන්නේ සෝලා නවත්තන එක නෙමෙයි ඒකට විසඳුම. අපි එකට correct investments කරලා මේ අපි එකකින් උපරිම use එක ගන්න. මොකද මේවා small scale ගෙවල් වල හරි පොඩි scale investments එන්නේ ගොඩක් ඉක්මනට invest කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකට ඒක තමයි fastest. දැන් මේ තියෙන crisis එකටත් මට පේන්නේ අපි දැන් tenders දාලා procure කරපුවා දැන් අගෝස්තු වෙනකොට එන්න තියෙනවා batteries. ඒවත් මගේ විශ්වාසය නම් එච්චර ඉක්මනට join වෙන එකක් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒ ප්‍රමාද මොකද tender process එක අපි හැමදාම success rate එක ගොඩක් අඩුයි. implementation delay. ඒකින්ද මේ system එකකින් අපට හරි එක ගන්න අපි smart වෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි investors හරි return එකකුත් දෙන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් අපට ඕන ප්‍රමාණය ගන්න බැරි වෙයි ඔය වේගෙන්. So වේගය සහ investment return එක link එකක් තියෙනවා.
Continuing on the same subject, this apartment dwellers, apparently they are the upper crust of the society, and they are paying a lesser electricity bill than most of us. So I consider it very unfair, and all these places are submetered. I know that as a matter of fact because we have conducted energy audits in those places extensively, because the condominium dwellers, they fight with the management corporation on various issues. So we have to intervene, and we have conducted. So all these apartments are submitted. Why can't someone implement usual domestic tariff on those places as well?
ඒකට provisions we had provisions in the 2009 Act that the DLs like CEB or LECO can come to an agreement with the apartment owner and supply at the normal rate. But then this structure is owned by a third party, and CEB was not willing to come to such agreements with unique parties, for this service, because the wire is going through some other structure. So you have to probably replace the meters as well. So there is provision in the Act, but the distribution license didn't want to get involved into such work.
Understood. So any more questions?
Yes.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask is, during the daytime, we are having so much of production from rooftop solar, so which is causing the curtailment during the daytime. But during the night time, we cannot able to use it. That's why you are introducing the most of the BESS projects. But those BESS projects can increase the cost of electricity. So as Ms. Madhavi said, it will be 62 or more. Then are we looking only in the efficient way of using renewable energies, or we are considering about the cost of the consumers as well? So let's say some people have the rooftop on their roof, but to avoid the curtailment of their one, we are installing BESS. But to satisfy those 150 rooftop owners, all other 6.5 million electricity consumers or the household should compensate that amount in their electricity bill. Is it fair? Are you considering this as a fact in your national plan and the expansion plan in the implementing BESS into our renewable energy system?
I think we are asking the Public Utilities Commission.
Both Mr. Pradeep Pereira or from PGCSL also can answer this. So because they are the planners and they are the approval party, so both either they can.
Let me respond from NSO point of view. I think basically what happened, I think, is when BESS is installed, several things happens. One would be our daytime demand would go up. So daytime demand would go up, and that would probably be met by solar, because that would also enable us to add more solar into the system. Because at the moment, without BESS, we have more or less come to the limit of adding any more solar into the system. So we cannot add any more solar into the system. If we add any more, most likely it would be curtailed. So what with the BESS, I think that additional charging energy required to charge the BESS would come from these solar plants. So that is one thing. So and it is coming at a relatively low price, because nowadays I think If it is a large scale solar, we can get that energy for around 15 rupees. So that even the feed-in tariff that announced by PUCSL for large scale solar is in that range. Then I think other thing that happens is I think we have to operate the coal power plant on certain days at a lower capacity than its ideal sort of capacity. So for instance, when the coal plant is operating at 195 megawatt or whatever, less than 270, its efficiency goes down and it creates a lot of thermal stress in that coal plant, and it can increase the maintenance requirement of the coal plant. So that can be reduced because then, because this daytime demand goes up, we can use the coal plant as it is designed as a base load plant. So that is second benefit. The third benefit is during night time. At the moment, we have to use the diesel power plants during the peak time. That cost us around 80 rupees. And with BESS, we can discharge the BESS during night time and avoid the use of diesel plants during the night time. So we would not be using diesel during the night time. So that would be replaced by a BESS, which together with the energy that has gone into charging the BESS, which should either come from coal power plant at 20 rupees, or it could come from associated solar plant, which would cost around 15 rupees, plus the capital cost of the BESS. Now, the tenders that we have awarded came at around 20 rupees a unit. The feed-in tariff the PUCSL has proposed for BESS is slightly higher than that, but somewhere in that range would be the cost of energy that is coming from BESS during the night time. So it is energy that goes into charging the BESS, cost of energy that goes into charging the BESS, plus the capital cost of the BESS. That is substantially less than the cost of electricity generation from diesel. So in that context, there would be a net saving to the system due to the installation of BESS. So that came out from the optimization studies that we have done. So that is why BESS has been picked as a solution to meeting this energy crisis. So it's beneficial to everybody, not only to people who have invested in solar.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Then by replacing the diesel generator with a BESS, so the capital cost of diesel power plants are there. So the diesel power plant will be unused because of BESS, but that cost should be shared among the consumers. Is it fair?
No. So, yeah, I mean, one thing is that we have to have some standby capacity. To that extent, I think you can justify having some amount of diesel capacity. But, I mean, it's only for standby.
Yes, and I observed during your presentation, there is 150 megawatt of solar is approved or going to approve.
BESS.
So with a BESS?
Yeah.
Is it with a BESS?
Yeah.
Then
No, it's BESS. I mean, basically, with BESS, I think we can add more solar because you can't. There's no point in adding BESS without associated solar energy or wind energy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Narendra, you had a question?
I wish to point out that the incremental cost, the concept of that is largely at question. Because what I feel is that when you increase the cost, when you increase the generation, incremental cost applies only when that is net increase. If you reduce the generation at one point and increase the generation at another point, I'm asking in electrical engineering terms, this incremental, is it correct to look at this incremental cost and this incremental cost? Now, I'll tell you, then I ask the question, simple question. Daytime you generate 1 megawatt hour. Thereby you save some water. And night time you use that water to generate 1 megawatt hour. How come that during the daytime you account it in lower incremental cost, and night time you apply the higher incremental cost. You just save water. So my question is that I lead to the answer that the problem of incremental cost. Incremental cost is absolute generation increase. If the absolute generation increase is there, you can apply incremental cost. Load dispatch from this to this, whether you can apply incremental cost, is a question. My simple way of putting out the question is that daytime saved water, night time you use. So how come that daytime and night time you cost these two units separately?
Basically, if this thing is...
I'll just lead one more point. There are two types of generators: capacity constrained generators and the energy constrained generators. Hydro plants are energy constrained generators. If I have one more liter of water, I can generate more power. Capacity constrained generators, you can't do that. Now your coal plant is capacity generator. The මේ පැත්තෙන් coal කිලෝ එකක් ඉතුරු කළා කියලා රැයට coal කිලෝ එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න බෑ. මොකද capacity constraint. Hydro plants වල constraint නැහැ. ඒතර ලංකාවේ capacity constraint නැති generator set එකක් තියෙන තාක්කල් අර ආගියුමන්ට් එක මෙතනින් කිලෝවොට් අවර් එකක් අඩු කරලා අතෙන්ට කිලෝවොට් අවර් එකක් යනකොට මේ incremental cost එක අඩුයි අර incremental වැඩි කියන එක වැරදි.
Yeah, I think that is correct when this load shifting is handled through hydro. So if the hydro is being saved and hydro is being used on the night time, then I think your argument is correct. But if that is happening through change in the source of generation from coal to diesel, then there is a cost impact. So it is context specific. Yeah.
Energy constrained generators and
the
capacity constrained generators. Until the system got energy constrained generators, the movement of generation units, incremental cost does not apply.
Yeah. If it is happening through energy constrained generation like hydro, but usually it is not being compensated through hydro, it is compensated from coal and diesel.
That's why I say the energy managers should look at this in a more broader context.
Yeah.
Rather than just looking at incremental cost and this.
Yeah, because the hydro dispatch is subject to various constraints, water management, irrigation, various things. We can't just use the hydro as we wish. So what is more flexible is the thermal plants. So if somebody is increasing the demand during or reducing the demand during daytime and increasing the demand during night time, that would be provided and adjusted through the thermal plants of different cost, and then there would be a net cost impact. If it can be managed by hydro, then I think there's no issue.
And the privilege and the bliss of the moderator is, I didn't understand the question or the answer, both. So, that is right. So, I'm very pleased about that. So, we have time for one more question. Just one last one.
So, I have two questions. One is for the Dr. Pradeep, second one for the Professor... sorry, I can't remember the name. So my first question is, now you are considering the base. So it is mainly made up of lithium ion. So what kind of a safety precaution has been taken where we are going to install near the public areas? So
yeah, I think that's an open question. I think this is a very new technology. So I think only now we are going to see large-scale penetration of BESS in the country. The larger ones that we have contracted are of 10 megawatt range, so those comes in big containers. So each 10 megawatt plant has about 10 containers. So I think those would have to be recycled, and the government would have to come up with some regulation on how these batteries are going to be recycled. The large ones probably you can send them back to...
No, sir. No, I'm not referring the recycling. I'm referring to what kind of a safety precaution. Yeah. There's a possibility of blasting.
Yeah, I think on that, I think again, I hope SLSCA or PUCSL would come up with some safety regulations on and what kind of batteries to be allowed and what are the safety precautions. There has to be some amount of public education. So that need to be done, I think, together with the rollout of the small-scale BESS. That's the, I suppose it comes under, I don't know, maybe it comes under SLSCA mandate rather than PUCSL mandate, but someone would have to do that.
Okay, we will see what's happened after the blasting. So my second question for Professor Sumitra. So regarding the, you mentioned that the BESS system are going to implement in the future. So do you have any plan to develop pump storage and concentrated solar in future development?
Pump storage and
concentrated solar.
No, concentrated solar is a technology which has not yet which has not achieved any sort of a cost parity. Concentrated solar means solar thermal. I mean, basically you have a set of mirrors and you focus the sunlight into convert it into a thermal source and then run a thermal generator from that, a steam generator. So that technology hasn't reached the cost parity. Around 10 years ago, I think solar PV and concentrated solar were more or less similar, but then solar PV took off and this technology sort of did not sort of develop and it did not become a viable technology. So I don't think that probably would be applicable in Sri Lankan context.
Did the pump storage?
Pump storage, we are doing the feasibility or detailed design of this Mahoya pump storage plant. So the detailed design, I think, would take about 2 years to do. So it requires geological, geotechnical studies and all those things that are being done. And then we need to mobilize the funding. It requires quite a large investment, something around $700 million. So, and in the construction time of this plant also, because it's like a hydropower plant, it will take about 5 to 6 years. So you're talking about a power plant which probably would come into, it would be operated, be commissioned probably in about 8 to 10 years time. So it is not going to answer the immediate question of energy storage. I mean, it has a role, but it's not like BESS which can be procured and commissioned within months. So this takes a long time. We are not neglected it. We are working on it, but we need some fast and quick solutions. And the pump storage is part of the long-term plan.
And with that, I think we have to close the flow, the questions. Any more questions coming up? But just to add to that final explanation, there are a lot of new developments in thermal management of BESS systems. So the safety, it is no longer a major concern as it was 10 years ago. So we have to be quite happy about it. And I take this opportunity to thank my panelists, starting from this end, Mrs. Madhavi Kudaligama, Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana, Dr. Pradeep Pereira and Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka for the excellent presentations and fielding the questions very well. And also the attentive audience. It was a very thought-provoking and engaging session. Unintentionally, I landed in this position, but I really enjoyed the company of all of you. And without taking much of your trouble, I think we caught up all the lost time, and sharply at 13:20 we can close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs and madam. Now we would like to present tokens of appreciations to the session chair and speakers. For that, I cordially invite the Senior Vice President of SLIMA as well as the Chair of the Organizing Committee of the Annual Sessions, Mr. Sanath Madurapperuma, to present the tokens of appreciation. Sir, please come up on stage. Session chair, starting with you, please. Ms. Madhavi Kudaligama, Madam, you next. Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana. Dr. Pradeep Pereira. And Professor Lilantha Samaranayaka. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this enlightening seminar, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their immense knowledge and expertise with us. I would also like to appreciate all attendees for their active participation and valuable contributions. It has been a pleasure hosting this event, and I hope everyone leaves today with a greater understanding and a new perspective on our focus topic. Thank you. Brenna, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have approached the end of our session. Now, I would like to invite Senior Vice President of SLIMA, Mr. Sanath Madhuraperama, to deliver the vote of thanks and officially conclude the event. Mr. Sanath, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think full day today we had a session of the very fruitful and technical session. We are having the thoughtful of how electricity price and how we can cost reflective when then it can be conveyed to the market reforms, and then the how we forward with the Sri Lanka with compared to the other countries and those things. So in that context, my duty is the having the vote of thanks to the all of them. First of all, I must thank to the Secretary, our Honorable Secretary of Ministry of Energy, accepting the invitation, joining with us, and having sharing his speech. Then the guidance and supporting to the SLIMA professional associations such as contribute to the national energy sector development. Then as the planning stage, actually we had session chair Mr. Shavi Fernando, but unfortunately he was not able to participate today because of sudden illness of them. But I have to thank to him for guiding us, and not only us speakers, and from the beginning to have a successful session. But at the short notice, we were very fortunate to have such a person as our past president, Mr. Harsha Wickramasinghe, and accepting our request chair the today's technical session. So, sir, we sincerely appreciate your support, flexibility, and leadership guiding the session professionally and maintaining the integrity. Then I have to thank distinguished speakers. My heartful thanks to our distinguished speakers who made the today's technical session meaningful and focused to the timely needed topic of the country. First, we sincerely thank Ms. Madhavi Kudaligama for her excellent presentation of cost of electricity in Sri Lanka. Your presentation gave a clear understanding of the key cost component of the electricity supply, industry including the generation, transmission, distributions, and the financing losses and the other important drivers which are driven by the cost of the electricity. Then we are deeply thankful to Mr. Kanchana Siriwardana for his valuable presentation on the tariff methodology and regulatory perspective. Your insight help us to understand the tariff settings, cost reflectivity, regulatory principles, consumer portability, and the important roles of the regulator in balancing the financial sustainability and the public interest. Our sincere thank also goes to Dr. Pradeep Pereira, who insightful presentation on the role of national system operator in the electricity tariff setting. Your presentation brought an important institutional and professional perspective, particularly on planning, procurement, bulk supply tariff systems, system operation, tariff-related inputs, and those things. We are equally grateful to the Professor Nilantha Samaranayaka for his presentation on international perspective, future outlook, and way forward. Your contribution helped us to look beyond our immediate challenges and reflect on long-term transformations, international perspectives, technology investment, and strategic direction for Sri Lanka's electricity sector. I also wish to thank the speaker who their cooperation during the preparation discussion, sharing their draft presentation, alignments of the topics with the support given by the previous planned session chair, Mr. Shavin Panandu. And lastly, today event guiding and driven by the Mr. Harsha Vikramasinghe chair in the today's technical session. Then this event will not be very successful without having the invitees and participants. I must again thank to the very much for their valuable presence, dedicating their busy time, allocating their busy time schedule for that event so to be successful. Especially wish to appreciate those who actively participate Q&A sessions and the panel discussion by raising thought and questions, sharing professional experience, and contributing valuable experience and knowledge. Your active participation added significant values to today's discussion and will greatly support preparation of the final SLEAM knowledge output. Actually, we are going to prepare the knowledge output from that annual session as output Q&A sessions and thoughts of the speakers' presentations. Then we would also especially can acknowledge the award for the most outstanding undergraduate research 2026, recognizing the encouraging young talents in our country, responsibility. That is also we are always thinking as a SLEAM and energy managers and professionals, we want to encourage our young engineers or young professionals to have in the energy sector for contributing through their innovation, research, and development, those things. Our sincere appreciation goes to the sponsor given by the Probe Marshall for that award ceremony session, undergraduate award program. Their continuous support over the years for the undergraduate energy research award. Your long-standing contribution has helped SLEAM encourage young research and future professionals in the energy sector. Also, we also must thank to the technical paper evaluators. Actually, there were a series of process. We had more than 75 research papers. They evaluate several times judgment and commitment in their valuable time, professional judgment and commitment in the reviewing, evaluating, and the undergraduate research submission. Your contribution has ensured the quality and fairness and credibility of the award process. I must thank to the organizing committee of the award, undergraduate award committee members also. Our appreciation also extended to the academic institution, facility supervisors, lecturers, supported and encourage the undergraduate students to engage this kind of research programs. Then I must congratulate the award recipient and all the participant students for their valuable research contribution. We hope this recognition will inspire you to continue further studies and research, innovation and professional engagement in the energy and electricity sector for the benefit of the country. Then as we always join in hand with the Asian Development Bank, they support with the financially and technical support given by for the valuable sponsorship extended to this annual session also. ADB has the continuous support given to the SLIMA and acknowledge sharing activities, and we highly appreciate the trust and trust placed in the SLIMA for professional as a professional organization. Then the SLIMA board, president and board members and past members, I must thank to they are always guiding us to have a fruitful annual sessions in this year also. I must thank all the board members, including president and all the board members. Then the past presidents, board SLIMA members, then their long standing and contribution have the help build the foundation for such this kind of annual sessions programs. Then the organization committee. This bit hard to us because all we are in the professional sector working as and we have the other commitment through that also. I must thank the organization committee having their commitment with me to do this kind of successful event to be happen. Then the SLIMA staff. Then I must particularly mention the Harshani and Amila for their hard work coordinating documentation, communications and administrative supporting. Then the much success of the event depend on their silent work done behind the scene. We sincerely appreciate their commitment. Then the compeers, I thank to the compeers, including those who are supported to the program flow, introductions, and the conditions for the conducting the events professionally and smoothly. Thank you for them also. Then the BMIC, facilitating the BMICH, they are giving the necessary arrangement, facilitating sounds, multimedia, our multimedia providers, photographers, videographers, all those did the grateful work for us. I must thank for all them. Finally, from that, as already we have mentioned, through that annual session, we are going to prepare the final outcome, gathering those information and thought from all, from not only from the speakers, from the Q&A session, the suggestion and other idea given by our distinguished participants. So before concluding, let me once again express our sincere gratitude to all the, including the secretary, all the invitees and the participant and members to the, and giving the support to us. So for the conclusion, I must say that this annual today's session, let us take the simple message as price, cost reflectivity and regulatory readiness remind us to every sustainable system require the transparency, fairness and accountability and long-term thinking. I think we had those guidance through that speakers and this technical session. If we carry those values forward to our institution, our professions and our daily decision, the dialogue we had today, we go behind the technical discussion and become a sustainable, reliable, affordable and sustainable responsibility energy future for Sri Lanka. Having that thought, I will conclude my vote of thanks. If I miss any name or institution to be say, I excuse for that. I apologize my oversight missing them, but I must thank everyone. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you everyone for your wonderful participation and energy throughout the event. It has been a pleasure being one of your hosts.
We hope to see you in our future events. Thank you and have a nice day.